Nicholas has joined us too. Okay, welcome everyone to the Half Moon Bay City Council session for Tuesday, May 18th. For those of participants from the public here who would like Spanish language translation, Victor Hernandez will now explain how to access Spanish translation that's live as we go. So Victor, if you please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Muy buenas noches a todos ustedes. Le queremos dejar saber que esta reunión será interpretada en español. Para poder acceder, el canal de audio tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación, que es un icono del globo, es decir, un mundo, y en la barra de tareas de Zoom. Después aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar el idioma en español. Gracias. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Victor. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll now call this meeting to order, and we will have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Councilmember Ruddick. Rohrbeck.
Here.
Vice Mayor Ruddick.
Here.
Mayor Brownstone.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. I'm about to open the public forum, but before I open the public forum, just want to make an announcement regarding an agenda change. We are switching the order of two items under resolutions and staff reports. We will still have as the first item 3A, which is City Council Priorities Work Plan for fiscal year 2021-23. However, we will switch item 3B, which is an award of contracts for sewer collection. That's 3B, B as in boy. We will switch that with our last item, which is currently 3D as in David, which is to confirm direction regarding proposed policing policies. So that item will now come second. Our third item will remain the same, which is reviewing our hotel business improvement district, getting an annual report, and which will leave then our final item, which was 3B, as the award of contracts for Half Moon Bay sewer collection. So just want to make everyone aware of that. And now regarding public forum, for those who've never participated or are new to this process, is where we allow the public to comment on anything that's not on our regular, well, there's two things they could comment. Anything that's not on our regular agenda for ordinances and public hearings, resolutions, and staff reports. They can also comment on any item that's on the consent calendar. So they can comment again on anything that's not otherwise, that's anything that's on the consent calendar and anything that's not on the agenda. And our practice has been, if we have 10 or less people, we'll allow 3 minutes per person. And if it's more than that, we'll allow for 2 minutes per person to speak. And there will be a timer that'll come up. You can see that, it's called the blue sky timer. So if you'll be able to see how much time you have left. Okay, so public forum is now open. And Jonathan, I believe you are, oh yes, and if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. There's a hand symbol. If you look at the attendees list, and you'll see a hand next to your name, and you can raise your hand. So I'll just give it another half a minute here to see if we have any other people who want to raise their hand to speak. Okay. All right, Jonathan, would you like to call our first speaker? And they'll have 3 minutes.
All right, our first speaker will be Aisha.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much. So today I just wanted to provide an overview of a group that you may have heard about on the COSIDE called COSIDE Families Taking Action, or CFTA. So I'm here with one of my fellow members of COSIDE Family Taking Action, and we'll both be providing a quick overview for folks who want to learn more about it. So who we are, you've probably heard our name, COSIDE Families Taking Action, or CFTA. We were created right after the George Floyd murder. So that's about a year ago. And how we came about is that some of us, the founding members of this group, were all part of a COSIDE Mothers Club. But we also wanted to be more involved as activists. We were all working mothers, business and nonprofit executives, lawyers, doctors, entrepreneurs, massage therapists, everybody is welcome. And we wanted to bring the same energy that we leverage all day long at work to create a safer community for our children and for everybody. So we also wanted a movement that involved our whole families, including children, but also had a more expansive definition of family. So we are welcoming of single mothers, of LGBTQ parents, even of non-parents. So we truly are a community that is welcoming at CFTA, and you do not need to hold a leadership position in your day job in order to become a leader within CFTA, which is great. So let me tell you more about our mission. Our mission, we want to promote a more diverse and inclusive COSIDE for all, where all the differences are not only sought but celebrated. That is part of our core to our mission. And there has been a lot of momentum behind our movement. So since we've been formed, I've mentioned about a year ago, we've grown to now over 200 families, which is amazing in this small amount of time. And we did our first event shortly after we formed by hosting a Black Lives Matter caravan that drew close to 50 cars, and we drove safely and peacefully from the Princeton Harbor to Main Street. We had signs, we had kids, we had dogs in tow. It was very friendly. So in terms of our philosophy, we quickly decided that we wanted to work collaboratively with city law enforcement officials. We held an initial meeting with then Mayor Eisen and City Manager Nisbet, and we have since had several meetings with city officials, including Captain Lopez. We view ourselves as a thought partners, and many times we align with the decisions of the city councils, but the homeless shelter, for example, is one of those instances where we really supported and advocated for the creation of a homeless center. There are times when we don't align, and that's okay. Even when we don't align with some of the policies and decisions and recommendations, we really appreciate the continued dialogue and openness on each side, and we think that it's paramount that it's done with respect. So that's really the only way that we think we can ensure productive outcomes. So in terms of our activism, we promote diversity.
Aisha, your time's up. Did you want to switch to the next person?
Yes, let's do that. So I'll just do that real quickly, and I'll just finish out my part by saying that we have a really cool diversity story time for children. Our next one is on Tuesday, May 25th, in honor of the AAPI Heritage Month, and we'll be reading a book called Eyes That Kiss in the Corners. So thank you for that. And then I'll switch it to the next person, who is Kate Broderick, and who is really like one of the key leaders in this group. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Kate Broderick.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Kate Broderick. Like Aisha said, I'm also a member of COSIDE Families Taking Action, CFTA for short. I'm on CFTA Leadership Council, and in my role, I oversee membership and subcommittees. So CFTA's work is primarily done through its subcommittees, which connects members who are passionate about certain topics and issues. Our current active subcommittees are anti-racism and allyship, education, environment, immigration, justice, public health, and voting and elections. Some great examples of how the subcommittees engage in local activism are as follows. Allyship has hosted an anti-racism training, a discussion on how to be an anti-racist, a virtual conversation with 2 Ohlone leaders, the original inhabitants of this land, and a panel discussion on selecting a kindergarten with equity in mind. Education is working on developing an ethics study program to be implemented in all schools on the coast side. Justice is actively working on developing relationships with local community leaders. And then as a member of the Justice Subcommittee, I'll share that we're particularly interested in the ordinance that's on tonight's agenda, the amending of Chapter 2.33 for specific policing policies, because it aligns with our purpose and values to work for a more diverse, progressive, and equitable coast side. We hope that the County Sheriff's Department embraces this commitment of greater reporting transparency, because the ordinance really gets to some of the details that strike to the heart of what we think should be addressed. Public Health has hosted vaccine information presentation and worked on advocating for vaccine access to the most at-risk communities. Voting in elections was developed a voter guide for our local community and actively participated in the last city council election. So I just want to point out that we know that Half Moon Bay and the coast side in general is full of people and families that care about local issues and want to see change. So we hope that CFTA can be a group where those voices can be amplified and supported. There's no time commitment, and we understand that families have a lot on their plates. But if you're interested in joining, please don't worry about the time commitment. We have members at every level, from those who just participate in diversity story times with their kids to those who lead subcommittees. If you're interested in joining us, find us on Facebook and Instagram. We also have a website, coastsidefamiliestakingAction.org. Our next monthly member meeting will be held on Monday, May 24th at 8 p.m. via Zoom, and we hope to see some new faces there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Kate, just before you go, is there a third person from your group, or just the two of you? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I thought there might have been three. Great. Thank you very much, Kate. Appreciate that. Okay.
Our next speaker will be Bill Balson. All right, Bill, you have 3 minutes.
My name's Bill Balson, and I've been a resident of Half Moon Bay for about 5 years now. And I would like to know when the council plans to have open public meetings so that we can see the process of development of ordinances in firsthand person.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
And I'll have additional comments but on the pro-crime proposal, but I take it you want those in that agenda item?
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Thank you, Bill.
All right. Our next speaker is Michael Sogner. Michael, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you, Council. Today, again, I want to just say it's a historical day for what you are trying to accomplish, and I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to talk about two different stories that I know none of you knew about, but back in 2010, I was contacted by a female sheriff deputy who gave me a report entitled Gross Misconduct at the San Mateo County Sheriff's Department. And her first sentence just said, "Mr. Stogner, I have sent this letter to you because you are the only person who has shown the courage to stand up to corrupt county government." She finishes off later on and just saying she has no one else to turn to. I'll share that with you to talk about the subject of nobody in San Mateo County has a place to report something or to file a complaint. What this sheriff deputy was complaining about was that the top 45 male deputies were sharing pornography and a violent rape video on county computers. I did turn this document over to the proper authorities, and to my knowledge, the only thing that happened was that the servers got replaced. I never made this document public until last week, and I made it public because my main goal was to protect this female deputy's career. And I'm thrilled to say that she's remained employed all that time, and retirement is right around the corner. So I feel okay about disclosing that now. The other thing, I wrote an article recently about San Mateo County Sheriff Sergeant Michael Oti, who used to patrol in your city. And Michael Oti was found to have committed perjury in Judge Novak's courtroom in 2017. And the question I have is, did Sheriff Carlos Bolanos ever notify you, the city council, maybe not individuals who are here now, but did he ever mention that one of his leaders of your city was found to have committed perjury by Judge Novak? Also, Sheriff Bolanos allowed him to retire, so there was no criminal charges. And the case it involved was one of your residents, a Rachel Quintana. And all she did was come into your substation to report, hey, could you guys just leave my two brothers alone? You're pulling them over way too often. So I just wanted to share with you, I appreciate what you're doing, what you're trying to accomplish. You're on the right track. And I've been doing this for 21 years now. And I really support what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Brian Douglas. Go ahead, Brian, you have 3 minutes.
And Brian, I think you're still on mute, so you just have to take yourself off mute, please.
Sorry, there we go.
You're good. We
Thank
can
you,
hear
Jonathan.
you. We can hear you.
Thank you, Robert and Council. I'd just like to first make a very quick quote from the paper we all read rigorously every Wednesday, our Half Moon Bay Review. And it was from David Oblovi, who apparently is almost a regular columnist in the paper these days. But he was talking about council will be asked to support meaningful police reform. And in part of his article, he says, the first thing we looked at, and when he says we, I think he means two of our council members, looked at was pretext or routine traffic stops, or more simply, traffic stops for things that have nothing to do with the safety of the public. This includes things like missing or expired registration tags, tail lights or other lights that are out, tinted windows, things hanging from rear view mirrors, cracked windshields, and a failure to signal. And also even weaving slightly in your lane. None of these items protect the public in any way, and all of them are frequently used by law enforcement to profile or stop minorities unlucky enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, I think any reasonable person has a problem with this. First of all, if someone's weaving in a lane, if someone has taillights that aren't working, is it improper, or registration for that matter? So they're in a violation of the law. Is it improper for our sheriff's deputies to pull them over? And why is that? And why do we assume that someone that gets pulled over is going to have a chip on their shoulder and pick a fight? And my reaction to this is every action I've had with our local sheriff's department has been very positive. These are by far a bunch of professional people. Now, does it mean that it's impossible to have a bad reaction or a negative reaction with a police officer? I think if you're respectful to law enforcement, you're probably going to come out of this just fine. And if you think you've been wronged by someone, what the heck is wrong with just going to court? You know, that's the normal process most of us go through it. And my real worry here, folks, is that we're setting up law enforcement as these bad guys, and we're empowering people. You know, when I hear from someone—
Brian,
yeah,
I'm afraid your time is up, but I appreciate it.
I think you get the pretext of what I'm suggesting, Bob.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. And I just want to say to the public, Brian, I granted you a lot of latitude there, but it seems to me that what you were talking about really was pertaining to an agendized item which is item 3D. So just telling others there is time for public comment when we reach that agenda item. Public forum is not the time. And so I granted you more leeway than I probably should have. Could have stopped you earlier, but just letting folks know there'll be that time where we'll be discussing item 3D as in David coming up later. So thank you. Our last speaker.
Thanks, Robert. We have one last speaker, Mary Bernier. Mary, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I hope I'm unmuted now.
You are, we can hear
Grand.
you.
So I want to just give you a little update that you might already be familiar with. I'm the retired public health educator who is working on the COVID and especially at-risk communities, passing stuff out in Spanish. Vaccinations now are every single day of the week at CVS and at Rite Aid. CVS, I want to start with Rite Aid. Rite Aid does them from 11 in the morning till 9 p.m., Tuesday through Friday. The 9 p.m. part is fantastic for workers who can't get it, earlier in the day. And then Rite Aid also does it till 6 o'clock on Saturday. And I've got these little flyers and I'll be getting them out. And it would be wonderful to advertise them somehow because a lot of people don't realize this. So the test, I want to thank Matthew so strongly, Matthew Chittister, because when this first began last year, our president set up an arrangement with the company called Project Baseline, and they only were giving the tests from 9 in the morning till 3 p.m. And that meant they had very, very few positive results to report. And that meant that was something that could be used by the person who was the president at the time to say it's really not a big deal. And Matthew was fantastic. He got rid of, switched from that company to another company that allowed the testing to happen from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. We got a lot more people who were workers that were able to take advantage of it then. I'd be grateful if we could bump back to 7 p.m. And Matthew's been very kind and asked me to, just do a little study and report to him how many people need that. And I haven't gotten anything concrete. It's just that I know that more workers could get there to 7 than to 6 p.m. The other thing is there's a phone number for people if they want to have a test and can't wait until Monday. And I'll be sending that in to Jessica. I'll read it real fast. 888-634-1123. 888-634-1123. For people who speak Spanish, then you push 8, 1, and 8. The whole other issue that I'd love to just send a note to, and maybe Mayor Brownstone, I might send it specifically to you because you were interested in signing the letter to the employers about the law that, the whole thing. Because I've had people calling me now with problems and I'm out of time. I'll send you a letter.
Sounds great. I'll make sure anyone on staff, who needs to see that, who can handle that, will see it as well. So
thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you for doing that public service to the community to ensure everyone gets vaccinated. Greatly appreciated. Looks like we might have one more speaker here.
Yeah, one more speaker, Mayor Brownstone. Lynette Ben Sushan Varga. Apologize if I said your name incorrectly, but you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lynette Vega, and I live in La Honda. And even though I'm not a resident of Half Moon Bay, but I also live in the jurisdiction of San Mateo County Sheriff's Department. And I'd like to speak in support of the direction regarding policing policies.
Lynette,
Lynette,
I didn't. This is if you're gonna be talking about policing policies. So that's item 3D on our regular agenda, which will be coming up not too long from now. And that's
Oh,
when, because during this public forum, we only address items that are not agendized. So if you don't mind holding your comments for then, that would
Sure.
be the best time. I know
Sorry.
you're full time. That's okay. It could be confusing a little bit, some of these directions. So thank you for your patience. Okay. So I think that wraps up our public forum for now. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. And when we hit the agendized item, we will have other opportunities for public comments on those specific agendized items. We're now going to move on to proclamations and presentations. We have no proclamations this evening. So I'd like to move on to our first presentation. It'll be about a 5-minute presentation from our Mid-Coast Community Council update. And I believe we have Claire aboard tonight to make that presentation. Is that right?
Yes, Claire, I'm sorry if you're pronounce your name, Tuton.
Claire, oh, there you are, Claire. I think you're still muted, so.
Good evening. I'm Claire Touton. I'm the Vice Chair of the Mid-Coast Community Council. First, as you probably know, the Coastal Commission met last Friday and approved a modified plan for replacing the bridge at Medio Creek in Miramar on the Coastal Trail. So that will be done. It will be done hopefully by the end of the year, which will open up the continuous trail between Half Moon Bay and the Mid-Coast, which is good news. There are many other aspects to this decision that will be continuing to be looked at, including armoring, sea level rise accommodation, managed retreat, and all the other things that go with that. But for right now, we will have the trail back open. As you know, the Mid-Coast Community Council is not like the Half Moon Bay City Council. We don't have any ability to make rules or set budgets, but we do serve as an advisory and communications vehicle between the county and the coast side. In this vein, we do have a newsletter which we started, which is put out quarterly. I think we've had 2 or 3 issues already, and we have another one in the works. Initially, this was run by the county, but we have taken it over. We're doing all the writing, all the choice of what we talk about. And it's worth subscribing to if you are interested in subscribing. If you want to send an email to midcoastcommunitycouncil@gmail.com, we'll get back with you and make sure that you get a subscription. In addition to that, we've focused most recently on trying to get the process for removal of eucalyptus simplified and streamlined and more affordable. We've also focused on the fact that the new fire station in El Granada has very intense lighting, which was put in without the benefit of oversight. And we've been trying to work with that. We've also been working with other local agencies regarding the local hazard mitigation plan, trying to make sure that the things that will affect us in terms of hazards in the future are addressed by the proper agencies. In the future, the next couple of meetings, we're going to be looking at some things with Samtrans and with sewer authority issues. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from council members? I don't see any questions. Great update. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Claire. Okay, our next presentation. We have a presentation today from PG&E on service and program updates, and we have 2 representatives, Bill Chang, and make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Frank. Is it Frank Aone?
Aone, close enough.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. And I wasn't quite sure if you guys were sharing the time or who was presenting first.
I'll go first, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, my name is Bill Chang. I am the PG&E government relations representative between PG&E and the 2021 jurisdictions in San Mateo County. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council members and your city manager for this opportunity for Frank and myself to speak with all of you and just give a quick 5-minute update regarding wildfire preparations in preparation for the peak fire season here in Northern California. Back on May 5th, I sent out a 2-slide quick update to your city manager regarding the what PG&E is doing in terms of the wildfire preparations. I'm hoping that you and the council members have seen these 2 slides. As an additional piece of information, and this information came after I sent the slides out, PG&E has also implemented new PSPS or Public Safety Power Shutoff, new PSPS criteria that will increase the frequency and the size potentially of any PSPS events, not just in San Mateo County, but system-wide. What I mean by that is we implemented new criteria as suggested by the federal court. And this new criteria, we plugged it into our 10-year algorithm look back, and we plugged in the weather for the past 10 years, and we plugged in all the rules regarding PSPS, all the criteria for PSPS, including the new ones, looking back 10 years. And the previous projection on the 10-year look back was 1.7 PSPS events in San Mateo County each year for the past 10 years. Under the new criteria, the algorithm spit out exactly 2.0, 2 events, PSPS events each year for the past 10 years. So the change, or the estimated change for San Mateo County for PSPS events moving into the future is very little, from 1.7 events to 2 events. And actually in 2020, San Mateo County experienced a total of 2 PSPS events. So that's the update into the expanded criteria for PSPS events moving forward. And then with that, let me hand this off to Frank Frioni, my partner here, to talk about some of the progress we've made in terms of things that we're doing to reduce the effects of PSPS, not just in San Mateo County, but system-wide, referring back to the 2 slides. And for context, Frank Frioni is a former battalion chief with 20 plus years of fire service experience, mainly with the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. Frank, do I have that accurate?
Close, 34 years and retired division chief.
I apologize. So Frank, let me hand this off to you, and please don't hate on me on getting on that wrong.
Not a problem. We've been doing a lot in your community and all the communities of San Mateo County in our vegetation management and our system hardening. We've been adding numerous reclosures and a couple of newer items that have come into the county. We're working with all the fire agencies, mainly CAL FIRE, but with also San Mateo County OES, in adding high definition cameras across our system. And you can see those on alertwildfire.com. And we have a few cameras on one of the new proposal sites, actually 2 sites we're looking at are in Half Moon Bay, one at the harbor and one on the law enforcement or police antennas downtown to scan the foothills and scan the areas for fire and smoke. And those cameras can be controlled and adjusted by county communications for events. So you'll be able to access those as public. They're public accessible. And we're also adding several weather stations in the area in conjunction with these cameras. One of the other additions we're adding is we're adding a new community resource center with CAL FIRE at the CAL FIRE station. I believe it's 59 in Pescadero, where it's going to be one of our newer community resource center instead of the high school parking lot, to better serve that community and have an indoor center there with backup generation. And we're working through that right now. And that again was a cooperative project between the county manager's office, CAL FIRE, and Pacific Gas and Electric. And one of the other items we're currently looking into is the Zone Haven project, which Half Moon Bay has adopted for evacuation issues and mapping for your community. Actually, entire San Mateo County has adopted, and one of the first to do so. PG is now looking for collaborative and cooperative efforts, and we can work within the Zone Haven community and tie those maps into our maps and also the PSS events. So that's a lot of things going on, and both Bill and I are available for any questions or any additional information you'd like to hear from.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill and Frank. I'll open it up to questions. I see Councilmember Rohrabacher's hand up.
Frank, are there any plans for a community resource center in Half Moon Bay?
You actually have one. We have an established community resource center in Half Moon Bay, and it's the library. I believe we've initiated that 3 times already during the past PSPSs, and it's worked out very well. And that, again, it was a collaborative effort between the city of Half Moon Bay and PG, and it was well utilized in all the events.
Thank you.
Thanks for the
Frank.
question.
Any other questions from council? No. Okay. Any other questions from staff at this point? Okay, great. Well,
thanks, Bill. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you. And we look forward. Yeah, we look forward anytime as things change, to come back. And
well, Mr. Mayor, thank you again for the opportunity. As you know, these PSPS events are weather driven, and so if last year's patterns hold, then Half Moon Bay should not experience any significant effects. But weather being weather, weather will change quickly and often. And so let me just close by saying that I'm available at your convenience, at the convenience of your council. If anyone has any questions, your city manager's office knows how to find me 24/7, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions I can or provide more information.
Great, we appreciate having that access.
My primary area of responsibility, I am the agency representative for Pacific Gas and Electric to San Mateo County OES, all the fire agencies and law enforcement agencies. That's my primary jurisdictional area.
Great, thank you as well, Frank. Thank you both.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentations for this evening. I have no mayor's announcements tonight. So we will now have a report out from recent closed sessions from our city council, Catherine Ingberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nothing to report out from recent closed sessions, though I will just state for the record, the council did meet in closed session before tonight's meeting to discuss 2 items, conference with real property negotiators for properties owned by 1, Willard Ford, and 2, Garrett McDonald. And then also met in closed session at the same time to discuss 2 matters of existing litigation, City of Half Moon Bay versus Thomas Gearing et al., as well as Gearing et al. Versus City of Half Moon Bay. Again, nothing to report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Appreciate that. Well, next going to move on to city manager updates to council. And our first update is our COVID-19 update, and I believe Matthew will be.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just start before while Matthew's getting his PowerPoint up and just make an announcement. So yeah, we do have 3 presentations. Matthew will be first, but I wanted to make this announcement. It's a follow-up to council action at the previous meeting 2 weeks ago. At that meeting, as you'll recall, the council did approve the Yaniro Serrano Presente program and directed staff to begin implementation of that plan. So we're working on that. We're working on getting the line set up, and that should be shortly. But the other element was to set a series of 4 meetings, meet and greet meetings, with the 8 sheriff deputies that serve the city of Half Moon Bay. And the first meeting has been scheduled. It'll be June 2nd at 5 o'clock. That will be a virtual meeting, a meeting that we'll set up on Zoom. And I just wanted to get that out. We'll promote that meeting in all of our normal channels. And the other 3 meetings with the 6 other deputies are currently in the works to be scheduled as well. June 9th, 5 o'clock, an hour meeting. The entire community is welcome. It'll be a very loose format to simply meet and greet and get to know the deputies that serve our coast. And I'll turn it over to Matthew.
Thank you for that update, Bob. And Matthew, you're up.
Thank you, Bob. My update is our normal COVID-19 update. I will make it short and sweet. Next slide, please. And you can go one more. So I think everybody knows as of last Tuesday, San Mateo County moved into the yellow tier, which is the lowest tier you can get into before full reopening. It's come due to high vaccination rates in San Mateo County, as well as low infection rates. And I think it comes as a testament to the hard work of everybody in our community to mask up and socially distance and be thoughtful and careful as we continue to work our way out of this pandemic. The change really just increased capacity at restaurants and other venues. It provides additional opportunities for people to participate in outdoor events. And of note to us, which is really exciting, is for the first time, it allows indoor recreation activities through our Parks and Recreation program, which is really exciting. Today, we welcome back our pickleballers who have been traveling over the hill to use outdoor pickleball courts during the pandemic. And I'm sure we're very excited to be back at the Ted Adcock and getting their sweat on. It's a great sport, really good workout, and we were glad to offer that today. Next slide, please. Really quick, just some data highlights. As of yesterday in San Mateo County, we have over 500,000 people who have received at least one vaccination, and that represents 78.5% of 16 and older, which is an impressive number. And here in Half Moon Bay, we're closer to 80% or 78.8%. And I think that is evidence of really great movement towards herd immunity and getting out of this pandemic. As you know, the Pfizer vaccine was also approved for 12 and up recently. And over the last couple of weeks, those opportunities have been provided. And I'm sure the data will reflect how many of all eligible individuals are being vaccinated. The total county cases are up a little bit at just under 42,000. The positivity rate has risen a little bit since our last meeting to 0.92%, but still in a good zone. And our local case rate rose by 4 or 5 individuals over the last couple of weeks. Next slide, please. There's a couple of vaccination event announcements for adults that have not been vaccinated and for 12 and up who are now eligible. There's usually a couple of events at the San Mateo County Event Center in San Mateo. There was one today. The next one is tomorrow from 9 to 5 p.m. It's for anyone 12 and up. It is Pfizer, so it is a 2-dose regimen. If somebody's under 18, they do need to come with their parent or guardian. You do not need an appointment, but you can sign up to expedite the process at myturn.ca.gov. Next slide. And then here on the coast, for easier access, there will be an event on Friday from 3, this is 3 to 9 p.m. It's actually 3 to 8 p.m. at Our Lady of the Pillar Catholic Church at 400 Church Street in downtown Half Moon Bay. Also Kaiser for 12 and up, 18 and under needs a parent or guardian. And for this event, no appointments are necessary, but you can register at myturn.ca.gov. And then finally for testing, last slide. We continue to test every Monday at the Ted Adcock Community Center from 3 to 6 p.m. Numbers have been very low, so we encourage appointments just to expedite the process, but there are no lines if people want to just show up. We're grateful to our faithful volunteers who show up week in and week out to make sure this is available to our community. As a reminder, we've switched to Fulgent as the provider, which is a shallow nasal swab, but it is self-administered. So it's a little bit irritating for some of us, but not painful at all. And you can make appointments at smcgov.org or at smc.fulgentgenetics.com. And that is my report on COVID. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Are there any questions? Matthew, you're the expert. I'll just make one observation to make sure it's correct. The fact that we're almost at 80% vaccination rate in the county, and you said it brings us closer to herd immunity. As a community, closer to herd immunity. And of course, I think that would mean if we only interacted with folks in San Mateo County, at that rate, we would have that herd immunity. So just always telling people, keep our, stay cautious. We don't, as things move on, we want to make sure as we interact, with folks from outside San Mateo, et cetera, that we're not out of the woods yet, but it's great to see we're getting closer and that we have such a successful participation rate. And thank you, Matthew, for all the access you work on giving to the community here for those vaccinations and keeping everyone up to date. Really appreciate that.
And that's actually a good reminder. We've all heard the CDC changed recommendations about mask use in public for folks that have been vaccinated. I do want to remind folks, the state of California has not adopted those guidelines yet. So in California, you're still expected to follow the previous guidelines. And what we've heard is, coinciding with the governor's announcement in mid-June to reopen the economy completely, that's when the state has indicated they will likely also modify practices to the new CDC guidelines. So keep wearing your masks, keep social distancing. We're getting close. And if we keep doing it, that'll just mean we're going to get closer faster. So.
Yep. Great. Thanks a lot, Matthew. Appreciate that. Our next update will be our Earth Day recap and scholarship. And I believe Jennifer Chong will be making that update for us. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Brownstone, and good evening, everyone. And thank you so much for having me. As Mayor Brownstone mentioned, I'm here to do a quick Earth Day recap and just to remind folks to please apply to our scholarship. But first off, next slide, please. As the council is aware, we had our Earth Day recycling event on April 24th. This is in lieu of our larger Earth Day event that we would have hoped to had COVID-19 not been a thing. That being said, our Earth Day recycling event was heavily attended. Typically, these recycling events have about 75 to maybe 125 participants, and we easily doubled, tripled that. This was also on a Saturday where there was softball, so thank you, or T-ball, so thank you so much to the parents out there that worked with us. We promise that in the future, these scheduling issues won't be a thing. We with COVID-19, there were some scheduling issues, but overall it was just an extremely successful event. We hope that actually being out there the same day as T-ball, that more individuals are now aware that we have these events 2 times per year. You'll see on the screen we offered e-waste recycling, compost pickup, and free paper shredding. We collected pretty much 5,300 pounds of electronic waste. And so you'll see that in the picture on the left. We typically give about 15 cubic yards of compost, but Republic Services, our partners with this event, were generous to give us an extra 5 cubic yards that pretty much were completely taken away by the end of the weekend. And our Shred It truck, where again, people can bring their paper shredding and they can get it shredded on site. The truck was about 3/4 full, which is about equivalent to 260 bankers boxes worth of shredding in one day. So this event was from 9 to 12, so it was a 3-hour event. And we collected all of that material, gave away a bunch of stuff. We had giveaways, really fabulous event. So thank you so much to the community from coming out. And huge thank you to Republic and also senior co-siders who partnered with us to have the Shred It truck go and place themselves outside of their community center outside after our event at Smith Field, so that way the seniors would have access to that truck as well for a couple hours on the 24th. So for those that missed our event, look out for the next one in the fall. We'll be coming back with a very similar setup, and we hope to see you then. Next slide, please. Another one of our Earth Month events was our What Goes Where waste sorting workshop. This was held on Thursday, April 29th. And although the attendance wasn't huge, I think we had about 8 to 10 people in the audience. It was a very robust discussion. There was a lot of Q&A. Our presentation was maybe 30 minutes, and the rest of the time was spent answering questions from the community, about everything and anything that has to do with solid waste. One of the most important things, and something that I'm really excited about, was that we were able to tape this webinar in both English and Spanish. And so those recordings are available on our website. If you go to hmbcity.com/sustainability events, we uploaded it to our YouTube channel. It's embedded on the website. And again, the audio was recorded in English and Spanish. And so if you weren't able to attend, please go ahead and check out the video. We have a lot of, common misconceptions about the different things that go in your curbside bins. And we have all of the contact information of all the speakers and our interpreter for that evening as part of that presentation. So if you have a question and you want to ask it in Spanish, we have that system set up so that way you can gain access to the information that you need. So really exciting. Thank you again to the participants that participated and did that Q&A with us and helped us build out that session. Last slide, please. And then my last slide is, again, just a reminder to all of our high school juniors and seniors that we are still hosting our Earth Day essay contest. Thank you so much, Mayor Brownstone, for volunteering to be on our evaluation panel. All of our high school juniors and seniors, if you either go to Half Moon Bay High or you live in the city of Half Moon Bay, you have until 2 Fridays from now on May 28th to get in your essays and your personal statements for a chance to win one of 2 $1,000 scholarships. And again, thank you so much to our sponsors, Republic Services and Peninsula Clean Energy, who are sponsoring $1,000 scholarships each. So if you have questions about this, please do visit our website, hmbcity.com/Earth Day Scholarship. We have potential topics that you could write about. We have resources for you. We want this to be an educational experience, but we also don't want to make it too difficult. So we have some places for you to potentially go and research and hope that we'll get some really inspired essays that we can hopefully incorporate into our climate action and adaptation plan that will be rolling out later this year. And so with that, that's my recap, and that is my last plea to the community to please participate in our essay contest, and I'm happy to take any questions from the council.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any questions from council?
Just a thanks for all you do. Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, these are great, really successful Earth Day, fantastic participation, and looking forward to more events like that. And I'm looking forward to reading these essays. I think I'll learn a lot, and I can't wait to, aside from the scholarship, if we get some great inspirational ideas, we will make sure folks will know where those ideas came from. So write an essay, at the very least get famous for having a solution. So thank you. Okay. Our final update is regarding our Memorial Day weekend beach information update, and we will have 3 presenters. We'll have Jessica speaking, Saul, and Maz, I believe, briefing us on all our updates.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council and community members. So what you see before you is our new Polaris, and thank you to the Council. A couple years ago, you supported the purchase of this vehicle, and because of COVID, it took us a little while to outfit it, and it is now at our substation. This is part of our beach response plan. First and foremost, it is going to be for public awareness to gain compliance of the new ordinances on the beaches, and also part of our rescue mission for those folks that are possibly stranded on the beach. And it gives us accessibility to Seymour Ditch. As we all know, we've had many bonfires and other issues in that area, which is about 300 yards away from the staircase. So it was always difficult for deputies to respond to that area. So that is a vehicle that the city has purchased, and I want to thank all the council members for the support. And looking forward to really having this vehicle out there for public awareness and to provide public safety as well. And I'll pass it over to Colleen.
And before you go, so I just want to say, no need to thank us. Just send us around the sign-up sheet for the ride-alongs. That would be great.
I will definitely do that. Actually, that's going to be one of my priorities. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Appreciate that. Glad to see it's up and running. Okay. Our next speaker. Oh, Colleen will be speaking. Okay.
Hold on. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Saul. I think the Polaris looks great, and I would like to be added to that list as well. So as we head into the Memorial Day weekend and summer season, that of course means warmer days over the hill and lots of visitors to our beautiful coastside. As part of this year's beach season planning efforts, Communications has developed an outreach plan to make sure the community and our visitors are aware of local rules and all of the places the coastside has to offer. The goals of our outreach are to provide information on all coastside beaches, highlight our commitment to sustainability by driving home the notion of no trash left behind, and making sure visitors are aware that both alcohol and plastic bottles under 1 liter are not allowed on our city beaches. Our communications plan includes a news release that will be sent to media both locally and regionally next Monday, May 24th. A robust social media plan including targeted outreach, coordinated efforts with our communications partners across the Bay Area, and new signage along with our beaches and the coastal trail as shown on the slide. Additionally, we have our webpage, hmbcity.com/beaches, which lists out all of the beaches on the coast side. It also includes a map of all of those beaches on the coast side so people can easily access the various beaches, and it will provide directions to each of those. And so this is just, we're trying to drive people to this website just in case, you know, they need more information and they need to know the rules and regulations, or if they can't find parking on one beach, they can just try and find another one. All of this messaging will be perpetuated throughout the summer season, and we will hit harder with the messaging ahead of hotter weekends and holiday weekends as well, since we know that those are usually the weekends that drive people to the coast. So we look forward to getting these signs up and getting the messages out. And next, I will turn it over to Todd, who will cover additional efforts from Public Works. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions before we move on? Great looking signs, Colleen. Really appreciate you showing them to us.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, good evening, Mayor Brownstone and council. I do have to agree with you. Those were some good looking signs. I don't know if I like those or the crabby ones better. It's still up in the air, but we're figuring it out. I'm here tonight just to discuss basically what we're doing as far as signage. So this is basically the message that we're going to be displaying on Highway 92 coming into town. So visitors into town will be able to see this message as they're coming in. Most likely there'll be some sort of traffic slowing them down. So they'll have an opportunity to see all 4 of those messages. The signage is going to attempt to kick them north onto Highway 1, where there will be other signages or other sign directing them to Venice and Roosevelt beaches. Hopefully we can get that message across and keep an equal number of visitors at all the beaches this coming weekend. Next slide, please. And as far as what Public Works is doing, we realize that trash and overcrowding is one of the biggest issues facing us during the summer and especially on the holiday weekend. So we have a new maintenance assistant that's going to be starting on Thursday, who will be focusing his efforts all throughout the weekend over the Memorial Day weekend, cleaning trash hotspots, Poplar, MacDutra, Miramontes, top and bottom, and deal with cleanliness issues. We will probably be supplementing that with additional maintenance staff as well, just to ensure that the needs of the community are met. And myself, I'm going to be monitoring weather conditions that weekend. If we are expecting some sort of heat wave, as Colleen touched on earlier, we will be definitely increasing our staffing capacity so that we can handle the influx of visitors into town over the weekend. And that's really all I got for the council. Any questions, feel free to ask.
Councilmember Arbach says it.
Todd, do you know if State Parks is going to open up all the parking at Venice and the restrooms there?
They are. Yeah.
They are. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Reddick, did you have a question?
Yeah, I would just, not really a question so much as point out that foggy weather conditions are not necessarily an obstacle for people coming over and populating the beaches. Not anymore.
Yes, absolutely.
It might have been previously, but
Yeah.
so I
we
wouldn't
can-
totally rely on the weather to adjust staffing. I don't know if we can have like a live webcam someplace at the intersection of 92 and 1, so you can sort of put a handle on the traffic and figure they're going to the beaches. But I've definitely supplement weather reports with other data before, like, reducing the number of maintenance staff. That's all I would say.
That's actually a good idea to get the camera in. And just so we're clear, I don't benchmark the weather in Half Moon Bay because, as you mentioned, that's not a real indicator of what's happening. We take a look at Hayward and East, basically. So when the weather in the East Bay starts creeping up, that's when we usually see a large influx of visitors to town. So when that happens, that's when we start looking at adjusting our staffing and trying to make moves to beat the rush, basically.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
Hey, Todd, just a couple of quick questions on those signs. We own those signs, right? Is that?
Yes, well, the city owns them, and Chief Lopez and his staff actually operate 2 of them. So we own 3 of them total. The one you saw a picture of was actually the biggest one that we have. That one is currently being used for the project at Highway 1 South. So we won't have access to that sign this weekend because of the construction safety issues down there.
Right.
But we will have that sign for later use in the summer. But the same messaging will be displayed on the other signs on 92.
And those are mobile. And one other thought I had in terms of the density, I love the idea of pointing people north to beaches north. And then we can also add a sign or maybe have the message keep changing every couple of minutes that south, there's a bunch of beaches too. So the more I think we name and talk about beaches both directions, hopefully we will reduce density everywhere, if possible.
Oh,
So
agreed, absolutely.
I think people just don't even realize that there's beaches both north and south. So I think that would be great. Okay, that's terrific. I think, is that it? Okay, great. So that concludes our city manager updates. We'll move on to consent calendar. We didn't have any comments from the public. Did anyone from council want anything pulled? Or are we okay to go with consent calendar? If not, would anyone like to make a motion on consent? Councilmember Ruddick.
I move that we approve the consent calendar. Item 1A, waive reading of resolutions and ordinances. Item 1B, warrants for the month of April 2021. Treasurer's report for the quarter ending December 31st, 2020. Quarterly, item 1D, quarterly financial report for the third quarter of fiscal year 2020-2021. Item 1E, treasurer's report for the quarter ending March 31st, 2021. Item 1F, Sewer Authority Mid-Coastside fiscal year 2021-2022 operations and maintenance budget. Item 1G, sewer flow monitoring. Item 1H, display of the LGBTQ progress flag for the month of June 2021 at City Hall to commemorate Pride Month.
Thank you for reading those. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I think I heard Councilmember Arbeck first. Councilmember Penrose louder. I'll go to Arbeck this time. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose.
Yes.
Councilmember Arbeck.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Consent calendar passes. Okay. We have nothing under ordinances and public hearings. We'll now move on to resolutions and staff reports. Our first item is item 3A, City Council priorities work plan for fiscal year 21-23. We'll first do a staff report and then take comments from the public. I'm doing that in the right order, correct? Yes. Okay. So I'll have staff report first.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Glad to be before you today. I'll keep my report short to give you plenty of time for discussion and questions and comments. But I'm here to share the draft staff work plan for your council priorities for the upcoming fiscal year and beyond. Just by way of context, the City Council has a strategic plan that includes three elements, or three groups. Our strategic elements, which are the higher level, longer term aspirations of our community that really play into every decision we make and every discussion we have. We reference them in our staff reports, and there's nothing we should be doing that doesn't support the strategic elements. Beyond that, we have our annual council priorities, which beyond the day-to-day kind of core mission work that we do as city staff, identifies special projects or special areas of emphasis on an annual basis where budgets and staff resources can be focused to accomplish certain outcomes during the year. And then the final piece of the strategic plan is the capital improvement program. Those are the physical projects that we take on each year to improve the city and our infrastructure. The council priorities go through a process each year where we evaluate previous year's priorities, take public input, and readjust as needed the priorities for the upcoming year. That process typically includes several community listening sessions where members of the community are able to meet with the members of our city council to share their thoughts and priorities with the council. And we usually offer that in a variety of formats, locations, times, and in English and in Spanish. This year, given COVID and the year that we've had and the work that we're still doing to recover from COVID, we modified the format slightly. We only held 2 listening sessions in March. They were both done virtually over Zoom. And then rather than doing a separate Spanish-speaking meeting, we were able to take advantage of the great live interpretation tools in Zoom to provide an experience for both English and Spanish native speakers. Following those workshops, the City Council held its annual strategic planning workshop in late March. And it was through that workshop that we evaluated the prior year's priorities, talked about what we had seen and heard as staff and council members over the past year, as well as what we heard from the community during the listening sessions. And the council was able to refine and identify 4 priorities that staff would focus its energy and resources on over the next year. We actually build out 2-year work plans because we know that for a lot of priorities, especially new ones, it takes time to put together a plan, develop the resources, and then implement them. That doesn't mean that we don't reevaluate on an annual basis, but it gives us the time we need as staff and community to execute some of the top priorities that we have. So for this year, the top 4 priorities that the council selected included affordable housing, public health, safety, and emergency preparation, community climate resilience and sustainability, economic recovery, and development. And then we additionally added redistricting to the list of priorities, which we've done in the past for mandated priorities that may not have come up as priorities for the community or things that we wanted to see done, but as something that we have to do and takes so much time and resources that it rises to the level of being described as a priority. So the next step in that process after these priorities were established by the council was for staff to go back and identify the projects that we're currently working on, as well as additional projects based on what we heard from the council during priority setting, to develop a work plan that has enough detail to identify the work that we'd be doing, the resources we would need, and the outcomes that we hope to achieve. And tonight we have presented you with a draft of that work plan, and we're seeking your feedback and input and the feedback and input of the community. We can make revisions to that work plan depending on the direction we receive tonight, and then start implementation as of July 1st of 2021. I did want to share a little bit about the work plan, because as people look at the level of detail we've included this year, there's a higher level of detail, and we've included things that may not always be included on the work plan, but really play into decisions about how to use our funding and staff resources. And part of it is the types of projects we're working on. I've categorized them here into 3 different groups and provided some examples. And this helps the council to think about if we're going to shift or eliminate or reschedule some of the priorities, what latitude we have to do that. The first are mandated priorities. These are projects that either through legal requirements or other commitments that we've made or legislation, things that we have to do to keep the work moving forward. So a couple of high-level examples from the staff report under mandated include land use plan implementation. The local coastal land use plan was adopted by the Coastal Commission recently, and that is a huge milestone for the community and for the city. But there are steps that have to be taken subsequent to that certification and adoption to work on general plan elements and other pieces of implementation to move that forward. And that takes a lot of resources, specifically from our community development department in collaboration with other departments. Pandemic response and recovery. We know that we're not out of the woods yet. We're on a good path, but we're still responding to the pandemic itself. And then through many of our efforts, we'll continue to work with the community to recover. When we think about things like food instability and housing instability, we'll continue to work with nonprofits and our staff to provide those resources to the community. And then as shared before, redistricting. We know we went through the process a couple of years ago, but under state law, now that the 10-year census has been completed, there will be new demographic and population data for the city. And that requires us to go through a redistricting process, which has already been initiated. Apologize for that. The second category is discretionary, and this is truly a category of projects and priorities that are just based on what we've heard from the community, what we've heard from the council, and what we think is most important for our community as we move forward. But ultimately, we're being proactive in making choices to pursue these items. So a couple of these under housing. We've got the land use plan, which is going to be a game changer in the ability to identify and work with developers and the community on opportunities for housing, especially affordable housing here in Half Moon Bay. But to go beyond that, we want to pursue those opportunities. We know there's a need for affordable housing and we need to be proactive. And so there's language in the work plan about the efforts that we'll take to pursue specific types of housing, including affordable housing. The work that we're doing on public safety policies and outreach, there's an item tonight being considered. Last meeting, we adopted and approved the Yanira Serrano Presente program, and we've been doing ongoing work with the Public Safety Subcommittee, as well as community outreach through focus groups. And our hope in the coming year is to initiate a community survey and some larger public meetings to help inform that work and any policy changes that we need to make here in Half Moon Bay. Again, important issue for the community and in our country right now, but ultimately at the discretion of the council, and this council has decided to make that a priority. And then the Coastside Recovery Initiative, beyond the work we're doing, day-to-day food instability and housing instability and other resource needs for vulnerable members of our community, we've kicked off this major effort with the community to look at how do we help the entire coastside recover economically and socially from the pandemic, and then how do we look at a future as a community and as an economy that's more resilient and prepared for future emergencies and pandemics so that we can be better prepared for those. Again, really important work and being done at the direction of council at their discretion. And then there is a third category that I call the hybrid category. And this is stuff that we're not legally bound necessarily to do, but by doing it, we give ourselves opportunities to leverage funding opportunities and grants, or leverage resources of other agencies that if we didn't do it now, we might miss out on those opportunities. So the emergency operations plan and the local hazard mitigation plan updates. We have an existing emergency operations plan. It's up to date, but this council decided a few years ago that we wanted to really personalize it for Half Moon Bay and the coast side and involve more community feedback and input into that process. And so that's ongoing. And it will put us in a position to apply for grants and better coordinate with other agencies as we move forward. The local hazard mitigation plan update also requires us or lines us up for grant funding opportunities and more opportunities to work with FEMA in the event of disasters in the future. The age-friendly community initiative, the community has not heard a ton about this from us yet, but we were selected by the county as one of 3 communities in this year to work with the county, their resources, and a consultant that they provide to help make the city of Half Moon Bay a more age-friendly community. Other cities have also taken this on, and over the next several years, the county has a goal to have all 20 cities become age-friendly, and then we will be an entirely age-friendly county. There will be more to come on this, but again, not a requirement, but there's a great opportunity in front of us that we feel like we need to take and leverage those resources. And then the climate action and adaptation plan, which is ongoing, is a great plan. It's important for our community values here on the coast to be stewards of the environment and make good decisions about how we manage our environmental resources. It's not a requirement, but it puts us in a good position to apply for grants and partner with other agencies, and provides really important information on certain mandated information we need to gather anyways. And so with that, our recommendation tonight is to, after receiving this report, have a discussion and share any feedback that you have about the work plan that we've presented. I'll be taking live notes as you share them so that we can capture any of your feedback that as a group you decide you want to include. And if it's within the realm of what's already been shared with just tweaks, then we can adopt that and move it forward. And then following adoption, we will continue to work with our finance team and our finance subcommittee on the council to hone the recommended budget for this upcoming fiscal year to fund those priorities. And with that, staff are standing by, our department heads are here, ready to answer any specific questions about any areas of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for getting it down on paper, a robust plan. I am now going to open up this first for public comment. And I think I see we have one hand up. Jonathan, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rick Hernandez, you have 3 minutes.
Rick, you have to unmute there. That'd be great.
Good evening. My name is Rick Hernandez and I live in Arleta Park. I'm a planning commissioner for Half Moon Bay. However, I am speaking on my own behalf. So good evening and thank you for your service. I am so appreciative to have such a thoughtful and hardworking council and city staff who've shepherded us in the city's finances so carefully through these difficult times. Before you tonight, our city council priorities work plan for fiscal year 2021 through 2023. Also, the Planning Commission recently had the pleasure to look at the capital improvement program for 2021 through 2022 that contain many items that will have a positive impact on people's lives. Collectively, your priorities and budget will impact what we can see, taste, and touch on our trails, parks, streets, and even when we pour a glass of water or flush a toilet. So again, speaking on my own behalf, I will mention a few things notably missing from your priorities and the capital improvement plan. First, there's no budgeted item for recycled water. In a time where drought and wildfires are the new normal, it's unconscionable to waste fresh drinking water on golf courses and baseball fields. Second, there's no specific line item for sports fields and active parks for older children and adults. In fact, the city doesn't own a single volleyball court, tennis court, soccer field, basketball hoop, or community garden. Under our new land use plan, the city has a long-term deficit of 10 acres of park space. There are, however, low-cost things we can do right now to close that gap. For example, a beach volleyball court would cost less to install than a fully loaded maintenance truck. There are other park uses the community would love to see, like a community garden, a pump track for bikes, or to finish the children's park at Frenchman's Creek. Finally, our climate action and adaptation plan does not include any budgeted items for carbon sequestration. Last time I checked, it wasn't in the plan at all. Why is that important? We live in a town where 2/3 of the land is either farmland, permanent open space, or undeveloped property. If we're playing an active role in fighting climate change, our good friend science says the biggest bang for the buck is trapping carbon underground. Carbon sequestration uses more appropriate crops, native plants, and better farming techniques to make the soil healthier, and in turn trap carbon efficiently and cost effectively. If done at scale, this could literally change the world for the better. As a council, you have the ability to call out such priorities that are either missing or lack detail, and I ask you to consider that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you for your thoughtful recommendations, and thank you for your service on our Planning Commission. Greatly appreciated, as always. I'll now open up for council discussion and questions about our plan. Councilmember Rohrbeck.
First of all, I thought Rick had a lot of very thoughtful and wise suggestions, and I think we should include them one way or another, whether formally or not. I would like to broaden the scope of the public safety policy outreach item that was listed. I think we should do more than just have outreach. Outreach is fine, but I really think that it's important that the council makes its priority to have better public safety policies, in particular policing policies that protect the public. There are lots of different ways of doing it. I'm not going to say exactly how we're going to end up doing it, but I think that one of the items that was listed in that section had to do with the renegotiation of the sheriff's office contract next year. And I think that should be included as a subsection, that the public policies should include policies that we negotiate with the sheriff's office to make our community a lot safer. So that's my suggestion for broadening the public safety policy part of the priorities of the council. Thank you.
Councilmember.
So if I understand correctly, Councilmember Rohrbeck, what you're asking is we retitle that law enforcement outreach section to be more specific around policy and public outreach aimed at increasing public safety or helping community members feel and be more safe. And then additionally, rather than having the sheriff contract negotiations as a separate item, actually include it under that umbrella.
You got it, Matthew. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. Councilmember Jimenez.
Let's see. Good evening. Mr. Hernandez, there were several things that you talked about Half Moon Bay. Well, I'm gonna go backwards. First of all, carbon sequestration is a project that I personally have been working on with some nonprofit organizations here in the coast and a few other members of the community. And we're working on a plan to implement that, here in Half Moon Bay. You are right. We do have a lot of farmland. Half Moon Bay's heritage is about farming and ranching, and we want to preserve that. So it is in our best interest to apply these farming techniques, carbon sequestration. So I might have some good news for you, hoping to have some good news for you soon. Hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll have something established that will go along with what you just talked about, carbon sequestration in Half Moon Bay. The other thing about Half Moon Bay is missing a sports center. We are missing a place where adults and young adults can actually have some physical activity. I mean, I can go back, 30 years, 20 years, where we had a lot of soccer teams in Half Moon Bay, adult soccer teams. We had them in Half Moon Bay. We don't have them anymore. We lost them. We were not able to use, our school fields anymore for sports, for adult sports. So I would like to see that back, community. I have a question for Matthew. How how long has the affordable housing been a priority for the city of Half Moon Bay? I'm thinking about 10 years or so, maybe longer, but you have a specific amount of years?
I don't. I've been here since 2017. I know it was on the priority list prior to my arrival. I think this process of really establishing formal priorities has existed since 2014, 2015, something like that. And I think it's been on the entire time. So 6 or 7 years at least.
Thank you. My question is to regards of affordable housing, low income housing, or community. As we know, the last projects where that have been in our community for affordable housing, low income housing, it's been around maybe 20 years, I believe. Besides the senior housing that was most recent, but for our essential workers or farm worker community, has not been anything available since I believe since 2000. So that gives us about 20 years or so. So we really have to think, about how much longer do we need to have affordable housing as a priority in Half Moon Bay. I know it's not easy thing to do, it's not easy thing to accomplish, but having it there for so long and not taking any action, I think a lot of people, I mean, I've been asked about it, I'm new to this, but I think, taking action in providing affordable housing, for essential workers here in Half Moon Bay, it's something that really have to push for, you know. It's, there's a lot of people interested, in affordable housing in our community. We are doing a lot of work. We are contacting, several people, including developers, about how can we provide affordable housing, in our community, low-income housing for our farm workers. If we look into what Half Moon Bay has been doing for the last years, Half Moon Bay doesn't seem to care much, about our essential workers. We have studies that showed 2017, 2018 about how some of our community members live, in crowded homes. So it's really a basic question. I ask myself that question, pretty much every day. How much do I care about our essential workers? How much do I care about affordable housing? How much do I care about low-income housing in our community? As you remember, 2018, we probably lost about at least 50 families, that were evicted from their homes that they were renting, some of them for over 15, 20 years, and they were evicted and they had to leave the area. Some of these families left the state. Some of these families left, actually left the country because they could not afford, to stay, in Half Moon Bay any longer. So, taking an action, affordable housing, let's not have it, a priority again, next time around. Hopefully next time around that we do a priority list, we're already going to have affordable housing, and we can talk about how nice it is, to have essential workers, have decent housing. So, I really like the priority list. I'm really, looking forward to working on it. As the COSA economic recovery is something, I'm very interested on. I mean, yes, at everything, public safety, public health, it's something, that is on our priority. So I'm really looking forward to, taking some action, and thank you for, for the good presentation, and like I said, looking forward to this. Thank you.
Robert, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Any staff response regarding any of those items that Councilmember Jimenez mentioned that you want to respond to now? Or
I'll go first, Mr. Mayor. I mean, Councilmember Jimenez obviously brings up a very interesting conversation on the challenge of providing affordable housing. So to the extent your council wants to have a little bit more of that conversation tonight, we're happy to listen and, adjust the plan accordingly. It's obviously, I mean, he makes the very astute point that how challenging it is, how long it's been on the list, and questions, whether it really is a priority or not, given that how hard it is to do so in the coastal zone, and given other factors. So it's certainly a longer conversation. Ms. Ickes is here, and she can respond to direct questions about what we plan to do over the next 2 years. And if there are any suggestions or ideas from council, more specifically, Jill is here to talk about those with regard to providing affordable housing.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what Jill has to say.
Great.
Sure. Give her a minute.
I see Councilmember Penrose's hand was raised, so I was just waiting for council to go.
Thank you. I did want to make one comment. I agree with everything that Councilmember Jimenez has said. As you know, I've been an advocate for low-income housing for the entire part of my council membership. And when I look at the problem, it seems insurmountable. We have tried multiple times with multiple properties and multiple developers and have not been able to get anything off the ground for good reasons. But when I look at the problem, I say to myself, well, gee, if we had unlimited funds, we'd be able to build affordable housing. If we had unlimited funds, we could do it. What kind of funds do we need to do it? And I'd like to let us look at that very seriously and say, if this is a priority and it's a matter of money, let's put our money toward the priority. It's simple. It's difficult, it's complicated, but it's also very simple. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. Councilmember Ruddock.
Well, if we're still on the item of affordable housing, I actually had my hand raised to make general comments about the work plan. But since we're on the subject of housing, I'll just say now that I believe, after looking closely at this for several years, the only way we're going to get an affordable housing project, a below market rate housing project, is subsidized housing, working with a nonprofit housing developer. So I think the most likely scenario that's going to produce results is working closely with a nonprofit housing developer and trying to put together a transaction that might work. Just coughing up general fund monies to build affordable housing means, we're not having money for any of the other core mission things that we have going. So I don't think any of the housing bills that are in Sacramento are going to produce a lick of below market rate housing. It's all about housing. It's all about market rate housing. It's all about upzoning, land speculation. It's all about supply side economics. Let's just build a ton of housing and then someday there will be affordable housing. Well, that's just, as far as I'm concerned, falls into the category of BS. So I think the most productive thing we can do is just to knuckle down and work with a nonprofit housing developer. Identify a site, develop a transaction, et cetera. There are, other sorts of programs. There's the community land trust that we talked about before that allows people to actually build equity. That's very complicated. There was a law passed that said, cities have a priority on foreclosures to purchase and turn into, housing for essential workers or city workforce or whoever. But, it's going to come down to a nonprofit housing developer with, federal and state subsidies. That's how it's going to get done as far as I'm concerned. And that would be the best time that staff could spend. The problem we have is the issue of priority water connections. Is affordable housing a priority for water connections? And that problem still is not resolved to our satisfaction. I think Jill will probably talk about that too. But that's something we have to a nut we have to crack, because the water connections right now are going for $100,000. If it takes $750,000 to build a below market rate unit, plus $100,000 water connections, it's the economics don't pencil out. So it's a complicated problem. There's no easy solutions, and I'll let Jill take it away from here, but I'd like to come back later on and talk about my overall work plan observations.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just go first before, and I know everyone wants to hear from Jill, and we'll get to her in just a second, but why this is hot, Councilmember Ruddick made the point about how she thinks it should be done. So recently, and Mr. Mayor, you of course have also asked that we do the same. Recently, I've come into contact with the president, or maybe it's the executive director of Mercy Housing. So we have invited him and his staff to come out for a field trip and do, at least start that conversation that Councilmember Ruddick is suggesting, hey, it's really hard here on the coast. What can you guys do? How can we partner? Really push them. So we are working to set that meeting up with the president himself and his real estate manager, and then we'll do the same with MidPenn and try to get both to come out on separate days to meet with us and have that conversation. So I just wanted to make that note before you turn it over to Jill to respond to some of the other points that were made.
And Jill, yeah, let me just make a few more observations that I've noticed, because this has been ongoing for a while. And, we did hire a specialist housing consultant a while back. Unfortunately, they got ill. And before they really got going, we are now looking at another consultant. I think sometimes you really need a dedicated person who really knows all the ins and outs of this business. It is a business, building affordable housing, make no mistake about it. And we do have nonprofits to work with. A lot of times the issue is who will give us land. So, and we also have $2 million, over $2 million in earmarked affordable housing funds. So sometimes when you work with a nonprofit, they like to see that if the city will put a little skin in the game, maybe put some money into design pieces. And that's where our over $2 million comes into play. I think some of the challenge is there are people who are willing to give us some land if they can build a certain amount of for-profit housing on that same piece of land. And that's where the complexity comes, So do you allow 200 units for profit market rate housing to get 50 units? That's what some landowners who have large pieces of land want to do. So, so it's an interesting hybrid, working with some of those landowners, seeing what can be negotiated, working with the nonprofits, seeing what they'd be willing to do with pieces of that land. And it would be a lot less complex if there were other certain, pieces of land available or donated. So anyway, those are some of the things. That's at least my understanding. I'm sure Jill can really enlighten us more about where some of that stands. So thanks, Jill.
All right, thank you. I appreciate all the comments that I've heard. I'd like to respond by hitting on 3 topics: land use, money, and expertise. And they flow together, and your timing is much better now than it has been since this became a priority for council. Starting with land use, the housing element, the certified housing element that we have on the books, I'm very sorry to inform you, and I was shocked when I started getting into it. It was wrapped before I got going. 25% of the sites identified are actually in hazard zones and not appropriate for development. It's a weak housing element, and it's been really hard to work with. I'm excited that we're moving forward with the Cycle 6 housing element, because the land use plan certification has enabled real sites that can move forward. So the land use side of this is not to be underestimated. The amount of interest that we've had from developers for multiple sites throughout the city, including those that are getting upzoned from the certified land use plan, as well as the workforce housing overlay interest, et cetera, which includes up to 300 units for affordable housing, has just started immediately since the April 15th certification. You've had developers who've been waiting and watching for that. It is something they've needed. They have needed higher densities. They've not been able to get things to pencil out. And this is for market rate and affordable housing developers. And it's really important to note, and agreeing with the mayor, affordable housing developers can be for-profit as well as nonprofit. They are very, very good at cobbling together the funds, and they need to have certain yields and certain reassurances about how much they can get entitled and how long it will take. And when there's a weak housing element and an old land use plan, they are not confident to come to Half Moon Bay. They're getting more confident now. It's really been a game changer. With respect to money, I would like to note a couple things. I've already mentioned funding what our affordable housing developers are really good at. They know how to cobble together with greasing the skids with some city money first for pre-development, which enables them often to get other local funding, like what San Mateo County Department of Housing has quite a bit of money available. And then they move into other kinds of categories like tax credits and other areas. The affordable housing water connection topic is one that straddles land use and money, being able to pencil things out. And I would like to, this is as good a time as any to let you know that this is resolved at this point. We have a resolution. We wish we had more of these connections. So it's not perfect, but we have a resolution that was supported by Catherine and her attorneys, having done a lot of research, a lot of work that Bob and I did with Coastal Commission staff, and then a lot of work that Bob and I did also with Coastside County Water District staff and their attorney. And they concluded and agreed that those affordable housing water connections, which had been available to the county but not the city, that was an error, and they are available to us. And that was in advance of the land use plan certification. That came in before that certification. The certification of the land use plan only cements this conclusion, because the policies in the land use plan document the classification of those connections. And I could go on and on about it, and I don't want to derail your priority setting discussion, but this is an area that was challenging, detailed, and there hasn't been a great opportunity to tell you about it yet, but it's there. And so we're able to already talk to our developers about even the market rate ones who are upset about how many connections they need for their project, and say, you know, you should do more affordable. You can get those connections with confidence from the district and know what they're going to cost. So that is your land use plan working. That is your staff doggedly working on these things and setting the table. It's not production, but it's absolutely necessary to get to production. So I see that you're liking that and appreciating it. This is new. We just got this resolved just very recently. And then
that is a lot. That's years of hard work, Jill, in addition to the LCT update.
That is great news.
Congratulations and thank you to staff.
Yeah, huge game changer. It's just amazing. I think it's 150 or 160 that, as you said, Councilmember Ruddick, you were thinking 100,000, which is the market rate, but these ones go for whatever it is, 10 or 13,000. So huge game changer. And Jill is being much too nice. Full credit to Jill and our city attorney's office on this. Full credit to them.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
So
thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, best legal team to support us. Okay, so then in conclusion of just hitting on what we think the timing is right for, and you're watching us working on the Cycle 6 housing element. Council has been informed about grants that we've received that support having consultants help us with that work. We've done a lot of research, a lot of mapping. We've already had some outreach meetings. The housing element matters, and getting a better one is really going to help. That said, expertise for sitting down at the table with affordable housing developers and market rate developers is something that we want to bring back in now. Now that we have a land use plan that is going to work for projects, we do need somebody who can help us with that. You know that we had a previous consultant, and our intent was to work with him that way. We didn't backfill when he wasn't able to continue at that time because, frankly, the land use wasn't ready and the water connections weren't ready, but we're ready now. So that is a Q1 item in the affordable housing work plan, is to bring somebody in who would be on call and can sit with us with these developers who are interested, as well as help recruit. They know a lot of people, seasoned housing developers. Of course, they know everybody in their field, and they can be really helpful. Now, I want to close. I'm optimistic, but you need to know that Measure D is a huge barrier and I know you already know this, but I think the public needs to understand, for any of the larger sites, the phasing or unknown ability to secure allocations so that they have some control over build out is still a barrier. And there's we're thinking about things that we can do with the Measure D allocation ordinance, the part that wasn't on the ballot, to make that go better, but that will be constrained. So you're going to see that come forward also in Q1 or Q2, and that's also in the work plan. So these are things that we think need to be done before some of the implementation plan work for the local coastal land use plan, which is why they're at the top of the list. So I hope that answered a few things. And then it was a pleasure to tell you about the water connections. I've been wanting to, Bob and I've been trying to figure out how and when to do it. This seemed like a good time. So thanks for giving me a little moment.
No, thank you. And, I just really want to highlight, because Councilmember Jimenez, you asked a fair question. What's going on? It's been going on 20 years, 8 years, 6 years. Things have been going on. We've been frustrated in some of our efforts, but things have been going on. We've had obstacles. We've tried to go to landowners who have not negotiated. So, and to Council Member Penrose's point, yeah, how much does something cost? How much are some of these partners willing to put up? Which is why we've now invited MidPenn and Mercy Housing to come on some of the tours of some of our favorite sites where we feel we haven't gotten anywhere, and just ask them point blank, how much can you cobble together to buy the darn land? How, yes or no, we don't know. There's all sorts of funding sources out there, private and public, that is sort of like a mystery. They keep it pretty close, to their chests where those sources are. So why don't we ask? And what I envision is, I'm optimistic too. And I envision that, hopefully pretty soon, as part of our council meetings, when we do city manager updates, we'll start knowing everything that's going on and having all these developers coming forth. We can do a public housing update because we got something to say, maybe once a month. And, Jill can come and, deliver, tell us, what's been going on, so we can just keep that positive momentum and keep that item as a priority to the extent that we even get an update as much as we can. So I'm looking forward to that. Any other discussion or questions before we move on to a motion regarding our City Council priority work plan? Council member. So are we looking at a question or I want to make sure.
No, I haven't had a chance yet to comment.
Oh, sorry. Okay, that's right. You're just on the housing. Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff on this list that we just have to do. There's just, no way around it. But I did want to point out just a technical thing, and that is on the breakout that staff handed out, what the idea storm captured the title better, and that was, it's community and climate resilience and sustainability, not community climate resilience, because community resilience supports climate resilience, but it's also separate. And it has to do with the strength of our organizations and our institutions to withstand stress. So, I think that parks and recreation falls under both the public health and the community resilience. And, I totally agree with Rick Hernandez. The city doesn't have any public tennis courts, basketball courts. We don't have a community garden. We don't have, public soccer fields. All that stuff is, owned by the schools, and even their stuff is in many instances not in great condition and not accessible to the public in a way that, city owned and operated facilities would be. So I think we have to, prioritize that. We have to call it out, and maybe you call it implement the city's, park and rec master plan. Maybe you identify specific projects, low hanging fruit that could get done. We're already in the process of a community garden. There's a bunch of folks working on, beach volleyball stuff. Something that I think needs to be developed is that relationship with the school district. And if you would indulge me, I'd like to add to the list, commence discussions with the school district on a memorandum of understanding to have some sort of joint operation and scheduling and use of school facilities for the community. And it may cost us money, but we have to look at that. But we have to look at that. We can't just not have adequate parks and recreation facilities. And I think we ought to complete the coastal trail. So I think we need to elevate parks and recreation and trails as a priority. And I think one thing that would be great is to call out beginning the negotiation on an MOU with the school district. There's plenty of facilities. There's lots of unused land at Hatch. It's just gophers and grass, that's going unused. The gym, the brand new gym, is empty most of the time. If we could have an agreement where the city, operates and schedules, maybe we can, make a little money for both of us by doing it right. But we need to do something. It's a missing thing, and it would be a nice addition to all those plans that are on this priority list. Plan after plan after plan after plan. Let's do some projects. I think the capital improvements plan is good. We're going to get some good stuff there. But I want to call out Parks and Recreation because I want us to beef up our function. I want us to, begin building the department, and I want us to have stuff in neighborhoods and in fields and things where kids and seniors and everybody can assemble and have fun and engage in healthy outdoor activities. So that's what I would like to add.
Sounds great. Thank you, Councilmember Reddick. Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Ruddock. I would also like to suggest that we include the Boys and Girls Club in the discussion of shared facilities. They offer a lot to a lot of our.
I think, Councilmember Penrose, I think you accidentally muted yourself.
All right. The Boys and Girls Club is now expanding to work with middle school, the primary school, as well as middle school. And I'm wondering, in addition to this, if the age-friendly initiative might be a place to be working on some of this. I don't quite understand what that initiative is, but my assumption is that it's all ages, that we're not talking about seniors and we're not talking about kids, we're talking about all ages. Am I correct?
The Age-Friendly Cities Initiative is aimed at seniors, but it's under the premise that a rising tide lifts all boats. If you make our community age-friendly for seniors, and part of the process is an assessment of public facilities and other things. If you make things accessible to seniors, you've made it accessible to a lot of people. If you fix sidewalks and make them senior accessible, they're also probably going to be ADA accessible and accessible to mothers and fathers with strollers and things like that. So definitely, I think there's a piece of that, and I think
it is geared towards seniors for sure. Yes. But it rises all boats. Good analogy.
And I think it captures, all of this captures something that some of this stuff is going to cut across multiple areas. So just to make sure I'm capturing this in the document correctly, under either public health, safety, and emergency prep, or under community and climate resiliency, another section about public recreation, both facilities and programs, because there's two pieces to that. And then an emphasis on implementing the Parks Master Plan. And then I also added Bike Ped Master Plan, which speaks to the trails, and identifying some of the projects we're already working on and those that we want to find. And we've done some of that prioritizing with the Recreation Commission. So I think there's some good harmony going on between these groups. And then very specifically commencing discussions with the Cabrillo Unified School District and the Boys and Girls Club about facilities use. And I'll be pleased to share with you, we actually met with them last week to restart some of those discussions. So I'm really excited to have your support for that. And based on that meeting, which was fantastic, we've got a pretty good path to that. So we can prioritize that based on what we've heard today.
I think that's good, Matt. And I think a more organized relationship with the school district could have other benefits as well, not just for Parks and Recreation, but maybe there's, community classes, maybe there's emergency prep related things or emergency response. One thing I also wanted to point out was that I noticed in the governor's May revised budget, the governor added, and I think actually the budget's going to get bigger, $150 million for community resilience centers. And those would be like things we did during the fires a couple years ago, where we opened up the Ted Adcock and have, internet connections and things like that. So it would be organizing a center in our community that could function as sort of, and maybe it's the EOC, an emergency response center. And it would help pay for facilities and, other kinds of things. And 150 million isn't huge for the state of California, but I think we want to follow that and, get a piece of that action. So maybe that's, using school district property, maybe it's using the library, the Ted Adcock, but why not get money to really, beef up that function? And maybe we partner with CERT and the fire district to do that. I don't know. But I think a strong relationship would have many other benefits. And thank you. I think you're on the right track.
Great. So just to sum that up, commencing discussions with the district and Boys and Girls Club on facilities, program, and education collaboration. Does that kind of capture most of what
I think for the priority document, it's, for parks and recreation programming. But I just wanted, as we're looking at grants and looking at getting a piece of the budget and looking at our emergency programs, that we look at this community resilience funding as something that could, and maybe it would involve partnerships. We probably have to demonstrate collaboration with other, community organizations like the school district and the fire district and CERT and all that stuff. But that was kind of separately, but I was kind of saying that a relationship with the school district and Parks and Rec might have other benefits for things like that.
Right. Great. And just a quick heads up, I've got clarification from Lisa Lopez, who's leading the will be leading the age-friendly efforts for Half Moon Bay. It is all ages. I think there's a lot of work with the senior facility, with the senior community, but it actually does apply to all ages. So thank you, Councilmember Penrose, and thanks, Lisa, for the clarification.
And I think if we can work towards a nice slide, because we're mentioning a lot of stakeholders here. We're mentioning the school district, we're mentioning our own Park and Recs Commission, we're mentioning Boys and Girls Club, a number of stakeholders, and we really want to speak with one voice. If we're going to have, we also have an education subcommittee. So, it's not breaking any rule that we have an education subcommittee meeting and bring on some folks from Park and Rec. I mean, everyone has these good ideas, but I'd like to see, that we speak with, we have a solid plan and voice of what we're asking for. We have all the pieces. Is there stuff from Boys and Girls Club? Who is responsible? What are the roles and responsibilities for all these ideas, around fields, which populations we're working with, and because otherwise it feels, a little scattered. I don't want to feel like, we're losing any stakeholders. And if there are things we could combine that serve many different stakeholder groups, fantastic. And I love that idea that some of this could also earn income if it's a good enough plan where, members, of our community can sign up, pay for certain services down the road so it works for everybody. So great discussion. Okay. Any more discussion on any of these issues that have come up before we move on for a motion? Okay. I am happy to make this motion. I move that we receive and accept the report as amended on the staff work plan for the City Council priorities for fiscal years 21 through 23.
I'll second.
Thank you. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose.
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Okay, we've been going at it for a few hours now. Fantastic. Great work. Thank you, staff, for all the answering the many questions that came up. We're now going to take a 10-minute break till 9:15, and when we come back, our next item will be confirming the direction regarding proposed policing policies. So we'll see everyone back here at 9:15. Thank you very much. Is recording on? Let me just check. Jonathan, recording's back on?
Recording's back on, yes.
Okay, just wanted to double check. Great, thank you. Okay, we will now, let's see, we're now working on Item 3D on our agenda under resolutions and staff reports. Item 3D, confirming the direction of the council regarding proposed policing policies. And we will once again start with a staff report. Then we will accept public comments after the staff report. And then we will have a council discussion on the item. So let's begin with our staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, members of the community. I'll begin the staff report this evening. I don't have a PowerPoint for you this evening. This item, before I get into it, I just want to say these are important issues, and you can tell by the number of attendees that we have this hour that these are important issues to the community. And I just wanted to recognize that a lot of folks in the community have given these issues a lot of thought and hard work. So the reason we're here on this item tonight is twofold. One is to confirm direction that was given at the last council meeting, and then second, to give my legal take on the proposed ordinance that was agendized. So in terms of confirming direction for those members of the community who were not there, there is a council procedure in terms of how to add agenda items that comes up at the end of the meeting. And so at the last council meeting, two council members under this rule of procedure requested that this agenda item be added to review a proposed ordinance that was submitted by a member of the public. There was some council discussion regarding whether the item should go to the Public Safety Committee versus the Public Safety Subcommittee versus to the full council. The direction, as I understood it, was to go to the subcommittee, but just given the back and forth and the late hour, I did want to bring that back for confirmation. And then also just to attach the ordinance that was drafted by a member of the community to the agenda packet so that it was clear, since no one actually had seen it other than the council and a few members of staff, as to what was being asked to be reviewed. So anyway, that's the first reason for this item. And as you saw, the staff recommendation is to confirm the direction. Of course, council is free to give alternate direction as well. Secondly, I do want to give, my staff report does give sort of a high level legal and policy review of the proposed policies in the construct of the fact that we, do have a police contract with the sheriff's office. So I'll just go ahead and jump into that in terms of summarizing the legal conclusions and the policy issues in the staff report, as well as I did get a few questions from council members that I wanted to, respond to, that everyone has the benefit of my answers. And then, finally, I do want to just talk a little bit about, what are some other options that, the full council or perhaps the subcommittee might want to consider in lieu of an ordinance approach. So let's see. So with that, sort of the punchline of the staff report, and I want to acknowledge that, these are very important policies, questions that have been being batted around, at the statewide level, other communities as well. But that given that the city contracts with the sheriffs for police services, the city is not in a position to impose these policies by ordinance. They wouldn't be enforceable unless they were actually accepted by the sheriff in the contract. So that is, the challenge, the reality of the city's current, contract. And then I'd also just, point out that to the extent these policies are mandatory, they would impede the city's ability to, to negotiate in the next round of contract negotiations. A little bit is about contracts, and I noted this in my staff report. It's not unusual, in fact, very common for smaller cities to contract for police services to just get the, we don't have the economies of scale with a small city. So for example, in San Mateo County, there are 5 cities that contract with the sheriff's office. Half Moon Bay, Millbrae, San Carlos, Portola Valley, and Woodside all contract. Other sheriff's departments in California, for example, the LA County Sheriff contracts. There are 44 cities that contract with the LA County Sheriff. So again, this is a pretty common, typical arrangement. And the number one reason that cities do this, including Half Moon Bay, is for cost savings. Because you can't get the economies of scale as a small city. So as I think most folks know, the city used to have its own police department. That was that ended in 2010, and then in 2011 the city entered into its first contract with the Sheriff's Office for Police Services. We're now, I think, up to the 12th amendment of that contract. The contract is a 3-year contract that expires in June of 2022. There are annual CPI adjustments. They don't necessarily reopen the substantive terms, but rather the contract will be up in June of 2022. The way it works under the contract is the city notifies the sheriff by September of this year, 2021, if it intends to renew the contract, and that's an opportunity to engage in those contract negotiations. Obviously, if the city had its own police department, we would be in a different position in terms of our ability to impose policies on the police department. I did attach to the staff report a recent paper that was put out by the California League of Cities that goes through what other cities in California are doing in terms of police reform, mental health issues, all sorts of policing accountability. I will say that there were no cities listed in that report that contract for police services, though I do think that the examples given are helpful in terms of framing the issues and providing some ideas, fruitful ideas for what we might look to do. I even called up one of the authors of the paper and said, this is a really great paper, but do you have any examples from contract cities? And they didn't, though I will say, like I said, at the end of this presentation, I do want to, list a few things that reference in the staff report that I think, would be opportunities. In terms of questions that I just wanted to mention that have come up, our contract does identify the sheriff as the city's chief of police, and that is consistent with provision of the government code that's referenced in the contract, which says that the city may contract with the county so the county can exercise city functions. In this case, police chief functions. Another question came up is regarding how the sheriff assigns personnel. I referenced that in the staff report, but just to kind of give a fuller picture of this, the contract states that the specific personnel assigned to the city shall be at the sheriff's discretion in consultation with the city manager. The city manager may request reassignment of personnel assigned to the city at any time. The sheriff and city manager shall meet and confer regarding the request within 10 days. Any decision of the sheriff following such a conference shall be final. I didn't provide that full language in the staff report, but that's that's how assignment are made. If that's something that might be renegotiated in the future, I imagine possibly this is language from the current contract. Also, a question came up in terms of legislation. I listed off several bills that are pending in the state legislature this year. I didn't get into it too much, but there were also at least three bills that were passed last year that were signed into law. One regarding banning chokeholds, another regarding use of force, other regarding officer training, and I think our chief, our Captain Lopez can probably speak to those. But I understand that all of those, bills and new legislation have been incorporated in the sheriff's policies. But I'll let him answer any questions about that. I received a question regarding whether having the sheriff serve as the city's police chief raises issues around incompatible offices, which is a doctrine that public agencies do need to be mindful of. I don't have a concern about that. The government code section that I referenced, which expressly says that county officials can serve, city functions, alleviates any concerns I might have about incompatible offices. Plus, as I said, this is quite a common arrangement with cities, particularly small cities in California. Let's see. I had another question come up about whether there might be sort of a hybrid scenario where a city official could serve as a chief of police, and yet we could still contract with the sheriff for law enforcement services. I'd say that kind of, we get back to the same problem of we do need to be able to enter into a contract with a willing law enforcement agency. And I suspect that would present challenges in terms of negotiating a contract like that with a law enforcement agency that would be willing to be accountable to someone other than the sheriff in that case. So those were the main questions that came up. Of course, I'm happy to answer more. Despite my conclusion that I don't think this ordinance is the way to go, I do want to just point out a few things in terms of the policies and the proposals that were put before you in the community. Just to note, a few things. First, despite the fact that we are, contract city, the sheriff, of course, is still accountable to the people of Half Moon Bay, the voters, and that's, of course, always going to be the case. And frankly, if the city were to contract with the City of Pacifica Police Force, that would not be the case. So, of course, there's always the opportunity for, political accountability. Secondly, and I think this was actually came out of the white paper that the city manager worked on, is that we are one of 5 cities that contracts with the sheriff. Other cities in our situation have banded together to form some coalition or some sort of a committee that works together in terms of their contract negotiations. And I don't think that's been pursued here, but for example, and I mentioned LA County, there are 44 cities. They actually have a commission of their own. They work together in terms of negotiating with LA County Sheriff. So something to consider here. Like I said, the sheriff's contract is, thirdly, I just want to point out, of course, the contract's up in about a year. This is the opportunity to notify, assuming the city wants to go forward, that they're interested in negotiating for an extension. And this is, of course, an opportunity to reopen terms and look at what the sheriff might be able to accommodate in terms of the requests here. So that they're supported by the community, and there is, as the recently approved work plan, your work plan notes, one of the topics that CAT staff will be working on will be community outreach, workshops, a community survey. All that can feed into, in terms of the next round of contract negotiations. And then finally, last thing I just wanted to mention is, or reiterate, is that, we, of course, can influence state policy, and, we are, do work tracking bills. Legislative committee does that work very well in terms of offering support for state or even federal bills that are along the lines of potential, policy reforms that the city is interested in. So that is, essentially the nuts and bolts, the summary of the staff report. But again, the main direction that we're looking at is sort of, what the next step is, and whether the council does want the subcommittee to take a deeper dive into these policies, in which case that is the staff recommendation. So with that, I'll see if there's any questions. And I understand, Saul is here too, and I I'm sure is happy to answer any questions as well before moving on to public comment.
I would like to hear from the public first.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted if you're speaking.
Were there any other questions from council, clarification questions before we move on to public comment? Okay. So we are now moving on to public comment. And I'm just going to wait another few seconds here to see how many hands up. Okay. Any more people wish to make public comment? I think we have. Okay. So we now have 11 folks. As mentioned earlier when we started this evening, it's part of our policy. If we have more than 10, we will set the timer at 2 minutes per person. So, Jessica, would you like to do the honors of setting our clock and calling on
our first speaker is Lynette Vega. Lynette, you have 2 minutes. Lynette, you're muted.
I recently attended a forum that focused on law enforcement reform. And although I live in La Honda, I live in the jurisdiction of the San Mateo County Sheriff Department, and I support the direction of the proposed policing policies and hope that they can be implemented south of Half Moon Bay as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette.
Our next speaker is John Olam. John, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think it says a lot about the commitment of this community to this issue based on the fact that they've made us sit around for 2.5 hours and now are upset about saving 11 minutes by cutting us down to 2 minutes each. The ordinance idea is great. It won't work. The sheriff has already made clear he won't follow it. And there's no reason to expect him to. The sheriff currently doesn't follow his own policies, nor is he hold anybody to account for not following them. As we know with Sandra Harmon, video that should exist does not. Yet the sheriff has never explained it, never proven it, and just ignores the fact that this is an issue for our community. The fact that Sandra Harmon was shot in the back, and the DA offers a guess that contradicts the testimony of his own deputy, or of the deputy who did the shooting. So you can pass all of the policy you want, unless the intent is there on the part of the sheriff to honor those policies and to enforce them. We're still in the same boat as we are today. What I would suggest is that you combine efforts with the 5 other communities in the county that use the sheriff's services and work hard to maybe establish a citizens oversight committee. Such a committee has brought a lot of confidence to policing in Chicago, for example. And as we know, policing is one of the biggest topics in America today. It is one of the biggest challenges to people's faith in government is the police. And we currently have a police force that I think is one of the best. I have never had a bad interaction with a San Mateo Sheriff deputy, and that includes when I've been the bad guy. They've always been respectful, professional, and courteous, and empathetic when necessary. I have no problem with the deputies. I do have a problem with the leadership. And until we have a way of holding Sheriff Bolonis to account and via a citizens oversight committee, I don't see that any policy changes you make can make any difference. I think your lawyer is correct that there's just a lot of problems.
Time's up,
You
John. If you could wrap it up.
Go ahead. Now that I wrapped it up, you could add enough.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you for your suggestions and comments, John.
Our next speaker is Juna Ablovi. Juna, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Juna, and I want to speak about a problem in policing called a pretextual stop. A pretext stop is when a police officer pulls over a driver for a reason like a headlight being out or an expired sticker, and then uses the stop to see if the driver is drunk, has drugs, or has a weapon. Sheriff Bolano said that his deputies need to use traffic enforcement like this to save lives, but this is something so untrue, even a 12-year-old like me can see that it's nonsense. A week ago, I didn't know that pretextual was a word, but now I know it's something that is used to harm people in my community. I also know that it is something that you can find a way to stop if you have the will to do so, and that is why I'm speaking to you tonight. Did you know that one study looked at 95 million traffic stops found that Latinx drivers were 1.42 times more likely to be stopped than whites? What is even worse is that Latinx drivers were 2.43 times more likely to be searched than white people. So who do you think was most likely to have guns or drugs in the cars that were searched? Well, I can tell you the answer isn't what I thought it would be at all. I thought that if you were searching so many Latinx drivers' cars, then they must have the most illegal stuff in them, but they don't. White people's cars were almost twice as likely to have contraband in them as Latinx people. If you are Latinx in Half Moon Bay, your odds of being stopped are way higher than if you are white, and if you are stopped, your odds of being searched are almost 3 to 1 greater than if you are white, even though it's the white people who are most likely to be carrying the illegal stuff. I may only be 12, but I understand how harmful this is to the people in our community, and how every day that these cops continue is another day of harm to the people around us. My dad has explained to me that this problem isn't an easy one to solve for cities like Half Moon Bay because of rules on how the city runs, but he has also told me he thinks all of you can do it if you work together to solve the problem. I think you need to solve this problem, and you need to do it however you can and as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Juna. I really appreciate your staying up and joining us tonight and doing your research and adding your input. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Bill Balson. Bill, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The council should soundly reject this pro-crime proposal. It's bad policy. It's not just bad procedurally. And Catherine, I appreciate your long list of procedural defects, but this is bad policy. Rather than repeat my written comments that you've all gotten, I'd just like to make a few points. It was really great of the mayor to announce that there'll be some meet and greets with Captain Lopez and his deputies. What a great way to reduce mistrust in our community. I hope you do a whole lot of those. By the way, this proposed ordinance would forbid the captain and his deputies from talking to anybody at that meet and greet. Couldn't even speak to them, couldn't say hi to them, couldn't walk down the street and say, how do you do today, sir? None of that. I think when we start trying to waive en masse traffic rules, people ought to look back to how those rules were developed. And a good example is texting. So texting is one of the things that wouldn't be allowed. A few years back, the legislature held a lot of hearings. They developed anti-texting rules. They did that because The insurance industry came to them and said, hey, 50% of rear end accidents, the brakes weren't even applied. So we got to stop people that are texting and driving. The crime rates, when they go up, they're going to hurt low income people more than upper income people. This is a regressive policy that would be anti-progressive. It would be anti-beneficial to the whole of Ocean or to Half Moon Bay. So thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Bill. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Michael Stogner. Michael, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jessica, and council members. I believe you have nothing to worry about passing this ordinance if that's what's in your heart. You guys are the leaders of the entire San Mateo County. If the ordinance cannot be enforced, Carlos Bolanos refuses to enforce it, you have a candidate for sheriff who completely supports the ordinance. He's read it. He said it's fine with him. So you just have to wait out a year and a half, an election, elect a new sheriff. You still have the sheriff's department, which is which is great for your city. It saves you the money. I'm never opposed to law enforcement. I'm not for, hey, defund law enforcement, but I do demand that the leadership of law enforcement not be liars. And you guys have seen numerous examples that Carlos Bolanos cannot be trusted. Now, that doesn't mean Sal or anybody else under him, but that's not the guy in charge. So I just wouldn't hesitate. You guys have done a fantastic job at working on this, bringing it to the attention of the public, and you have nothing to lose by passing it. And you can have all the, fixing it and fixing a couple words, and certain things might not work out, but the idea that a sheriff would say, oh no, I'm not going to do what the community wants. You guys are just trying to protect your own residents, for Christ's sakes. So congratulations, good luck. I know it's a tough conversation, but good luck.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Ablovi. David, you have 2 minutes. David, are you there?
Looks muted. David, are you muted? Looks muted.
He may have stepped away. So I will take Sue Haas. Sue, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sue Henkin-Haas, and I live in San Gregorio. San Gregorio is part of unincorporated San Mateo County and is under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Department. Every weekend since the murder of George Floyd, I, along with a group of like-minded people, have attended Black Lives Matter protests. The point of the protests is to shed a light on the problem of racism and inequality in the system and work towards positive change. Changes to policing policies need to happen on the local level. Every city, every county, every jurisdiction needs to look at their laws and make changes as needed. This is the only way that real change is going to happen. I commend you for being willing to look at the issues. The Sheriff's Department points out that their jurisdiction is larger than Half Moon Bay and that the city can't legislate changes until the contract is up for renegotiation. The Sheriff's Office contract with the city expires July 2022, which is really not that far away. When that contract comes up for renewal, we would like to see these changes incorporated into that contract. We understand this means we will need to go to the county as well to continue to lobby for these changes. In conclusion, I would like to say that there is widespread support of these proposals among those of us who live on the coast side and are under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Office. We support the direction regarding the proposed policing policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate your comments.
Next, we have Kim. Kim, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for listening to my concerns. I just wanted to respond to the article at Matter of Opinion. The Council will be asked to support meaningful police reform. There's 2 items in there that I'm a little concerned about. My son is a semi-professional bicyclist, and I feel that the failure to signal a lane change or even weaving even slightly in the lane could put him at risk and all the other cyclists on the on Highway 1. We're encouraging people to ride bikes, and people need to ride bikes on major roads. So I'm just concerned about those 2 items, putting all of our cyclists, bicyclists at risk, those that are commuting, those that are recreating, and those that are training. Thanks for your help.
Thank you very much, Kim. Jessica, did we want to, I see he's now unmuted. Do we want to circle back to David Oblovi?
Sure. David, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, am I here?
Yes.
You're here. You're
good. Sorry about that, guys.
No problem.
The last young man had to go to bed. And I don't know about you, but I'm tired. And I have to wonder, do you pause at the end of the day and ask yourselves, what did I accomplish today? What Councilmember Rarbeck and Jimenez brought to you for review and consideration wasn't really an ordinance. It was an opportunity for the entire community. But you didn't see the opportunity because reimagining policing requires us to examine ourselves and to upset the status quo. And that's not comfortable. And we were taught from childhood not to upset the status quo. We were taught that people who do that are troublemakers. In fact, it could be argued, I think, that the sole purpose of government and staff is to preserve the status quo. So it's up to you, the council, to drive change. But instead of embracing the opportunity Harvey and Joaquin brought to you, you parroted staff and used words like, I won't, we can't, we don't. Not once did you say we can, or maybe we can, or perhaps we can. So not surprisingly, the staff report is a sum of you didn't, you haven't, you aren't, and you won't. That language and the language of the staff report shows that each of you was pretty much committed to killing the opportunity that was presented. Instead of embracing the challenge presented by your peers, you wrapped both hands around its neck and hung on until the opportunity, like Yanira Serrano and Sandra Harmon, was as dead as you could make it. Which brings us to now. Despite where we have been in this meeting, the idea is fully alive. It is not even close to being dead, and the path ahead remains clear, even if some of you don't or can't see it yet. I trust that those of you who do see it will have the strength to continue to do the things necessary to ensure that meaningful change happens going forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stacy. Stacy, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, City Council, City staff. Each of you know that the issues underlying the relationship with law enforcement in our fair city are near and dear to the hearts of CFTA, who you heard about earlier in our call, heard from the leadership earlier in our call. We started on the premise that we were outraged what we saw happen in Minneapolis. And we want to ensure that our children grow up in a community that feels safe. And we want that for our neighbors. We want that for all the children and all the families that are in our community. We know, we believe, I should say, that Captain Lopez and the deputies that are serving us here in this area do not intend to cause harm or hope to inflict a feeling of unsafety into our community members. Yet that's what happens. And we now are carrying many, many stories of that situation from our community members, whether in their home when they call and don't feel safe from the result, or they don't get a response from a phone call. Or just recently, we've noticed many of the traffic stops as we're riding around town, everyone we've seen has been with a person of color. This is an issue of our time. This is an issue that's happening in our country and in our very community. We owe it to this generation to take a look at this and be willing and invite Captain Lopez and his team to look at this with us. We appreciate him spending time with us and his willingness to examine this and think differently about policing for the next generation. We hope this conversation will continue in the Public Safety Subcommittee. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aisha Barrow. Aisha, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I felt compelled to speak today just because I am one of the few people of color probably on this call. I usually don't speak as much on topics like this because it's really not an area of expertise for me. And I felt very conflicted about this topic, to be honest, from many standpoints, because I personally haven't had a lot of negative relationships with law enforcement, even being a person of color. But I feel like this goes beyond me and beyond my own experiences and beyond the experiences of the people that I know I've heard often enough. And I've also experienced the fear that's very prevalent when there is a police stop. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I also do realize that the police officers do have a very tough job. And I think that the biases that they have are not unique to them. A lot of different parts of our society have those very same biases. And I don't think that our police officers have any more of those, but it's just that their biases, unfortunately, have the opportunity to have like a life or death impact. So that's the part that's difficult. The part of the proposal that I most support is, around limiting unnecessary stops. There are a lot of stops that I feel, especially in this climate of tension in the nation, may not be necessary, So why would a police officer even put themselves in that situation? Especially if it could escalate to something a lot more dangerous or a lot more risky. So that's the part of the proposal that I really wanted to emphasize, kind of thinking about the types of stops and like what's necessary and what's not, especially as it relates to the climate and how unsafe you've heard the community of colors feel. The other part that I realize is challenging is that a lot of the issues are systemic and go deeper than the police officers and the police leadership, and it's about changing the laws that allow them to not be as transparent. So I would like to understand how that can be done, even that beyond that level. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Aisha. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Sabrina Brennan. Sabrina, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I just wanted to chime in on this tonight. I think it's an important topic. I want to remind everybody that our top sheriff, Carlos Bolanos, was initially appointed by the Board of Supervisors following an FBI sting known as Operation Dollhouse. He was caught in a dragnet bust at a residential home with bars on the windows, mattresses on the floors, and industrial-sized containers of lube found in the home, as well as drugs. The women who were caught in that bust were Asian, and they were all deported. Under Sheriff Carlos Bolanos had no repercussions. Nothing negative happened to him whatsoever. Sheriff Greg Monks had no repercussions. The Board of Supervisors appointed Carlos Bolanos as sheriff. He was since elected. We know that we have some systemic problems with law enforcement in San Mateo County. And we all know, I think all of you know about the track record of our top sheriffs. It's time that the city consider a new contractor for law enforcement. And I just want to chime in on the meet and greets. While that's a really nice idea to meet with officers, it's not going to fix deep-seated systemic problems with San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. Significant reform is necessary. Prior to the city contracting with the Sheriff's Office, the public wasn't being killed by county sheriffs in Half Moon Bay. Think about that, and please look for an alternative source of law enforcement services. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Appreciate it.
And then I do have Stacy's hand raised again. I'm assuming it's someone else in her home.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica. It's actually written comments from my colleague, Karina Leibowitz, who doesn't have stable internet connection as she makes her way back to the West Coast. I'm asking if I could read her comments aloud.
Okay.
Thank you. She says, I respect and support our sheriff, value what a hard and important job they have, and know that many law-abiding members of our community do not feel safe with them. One can both appreciate someone and see where they need to do better. Indeed, that is always the foundation of growth, and often the truest form of respect. I respect you enough to believe you have the capacity to live up to my highest expectation, to learn and grow and do better. As a thought exercise, think about any other scenario in your life. Think of your professional life, where it is those that value you enough to give you the feedback you need to grow who become your mentors and advocates. Or your personal life. I love my spouse dearly, but also know better than anyone else what his shortcomings are. I don't know her spouse as well. Cannot say that. I recognize that I am not closest to the sheriff's office. Indeed, I have had no personal interactions beyond respectful and helpful conversations with Captain Lopez. I have only a light understanding the challenges of the job from my time interning in a small criminal court and from my brother-in-law, who is a 25-year veteran of the police in a city in Arizona. From my personal experience, our sheriff's department is great. But I'm not so naive as to think my personal experience is the only one, or even representative of the experience of other similarly law-abiding people. I understand that each of us walks in our own shoes on our own path, and that we owe it to each other to listen and learn from the lived experience of others, of our neighbors, and not to discount their stories or dismiss them, because I, from my place of privilege, haven't experienced it. I have been listening only a short while, and I've already heard numerous troubling reports from others in our community about their very different interactions with law enforcement. These are stories of feeling intimidated, even in their own homes, when they call for help, or ignored when they reach out for support, or targeted for merely existing, driving in their skins in their cars. I have 10 seconds left. In order, I know and truly believe Captain Lopez and the deputies that work with him don't wish for this result. This is the unintended consequences of how they have been trained and perhaps conditioned by their challenging job to respond and interact. Coming from the path that led them to this result, I think it may be hard for them to see how it might change. We want to start shedding light on the problem and offering ideas for how it can change. I think the ideas in this ordinance are a great step. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
And next we have Pam Paddock. Pam, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Patek. I live in La Honda, and I'm here at this meeting because I want to add my voice and support for the direction of the proposed policies in order that the Sheriff's Department know that there's widespread need and support for police reform, both here in San Mateo County and across the country. Sheriff Bolanos has been reported as saying that it would be too difficult for his officers to implement different policies in different areas that they cover. But to that end, I would welcome these changes in unincorporated San Mateo where I live. And I would urge you, the City Council of Half Moon Bay, to consider working with the other contracted cities to that end when the contract comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam.
I have no more raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you. That now closes our public comments. We will now open up to council discussion regarding the recommendation before us. Councilmember Reddick?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions first for folks from the Sheriff's Office, Saul, and I think Mr. Wood is here. I'd like to know what the county has done to implement the bills that have already been passed in Sacramento. I think it's AB 392, 1196, and then there was a Senate bill as well, Senator Caballero. What has the county sheriff done to implement, existing laws that are now on the books?
Sure, happy to answer that. So I'll start with Assembly Bill 1196, which was the governor's elimination for the carotid restraint that went into effect September of 2020. Sheriff Bolanos actually eliminated that from our use of force 3 months prior, June 8th, 2020. So we were ahead of the curve there from the state. And in regards to Assembly Bill 392, that took effect January 1st of 2020. We are in full compliance, and that is in regards to use of force policies being modified to be compliant with that new law. And there was a trailing bill, Senate Bill 230, and that actually had additional requirements for use of force and the way agencies disseminated that information and trained personnel, and also posted use of force policy. So we're also in compliance with those, with that bill as well. So we're in compliance with all three.
Okay, so here's a tougher question. Why has not the county just adopted the 8 can't wait? The 8 can't wait has, a lot of consensus support around it. For President,
I'm sorry, did she freeze or?
Yeah, I think that Councilmember Ruddick is frozen. So I don't know if she could still hear us. Well, you want to start to answer that, Saul? Because
sure.
The question was clear.
So if the council recalls, I believe it was late last summer, if not in the fall, we did address the 8 can't wait policies. We are in compliance with 6 of the 8. 2 of them have special circumstances where it would be a warning before an officer involved incident when feasible. And the second exemption or exception that we have is shooting at moving vehicles. Just 2 years ago, we had an incident where a murder suspect actually was trying to escape, and there was other circumstances that I can't talk about because it's going to be under prosecution, where there was an incident where a deputy had to take action. So, there's very special circumstances when it comes to those exceptions. We tell our deputies not to get out of the way in a safe manner if they can. I mean, that is a priority. That is how they're trained. That is what they're directed for our policies. And again, if the council recalls in the community, we did have a dialogue in regards to 8 can't wait. The 8 can't wait policies are listed on our website. So I do invite the council and the community members to go to smcsheriff.com. That is part of the transparency that we talk about with the community to build that trust. All of our policies are there. So we do want to make sure that not only we're being transparent, but we're also educating the public of what our policies are and our guidelines. And we also follow state and federal law as well during our interactions. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Let's see, empathy. I heard the word today several times, empathy. Had several conversations. We were expecting this meeting to be a good meeting. We saw good attendance today. There are a lot of great comments from our public, from our citizens. And a lot of things come to mind when we talk about, empathy. Talking about racial profiling. I don't know if you're familiar with the AB 953 that passed in 2015 about implementing, this in our communities. As I understand, San Mateo County is not implementing this yet. When dealing with, racial profiling, I can take, a long time to explain to you what racial profiling is. It is against, it's a violation of our constitutional rights. I know it happens in our community. I mean, I can sit down here and tell you all kinds of stories, that I feel empathy for our community. Being a person of that community, for the last 33 years, I've heard, I've seen, and I personally lived it. So if I tell you that it happens, when I saw, part of the ordinance, that's been proposed, when we had the opportunity to work on it, to discuss things that would like, our law enforcement, our sheriff deputies, to implement in our community. I understand every single one of them. Every single one of them, I understand. For the same reason. Our youth has been greatly affected, by law enforcement. I just shared, the other day, I shared a couple of stories, with a member of our community about the first contact two young men had with the sheriff deputy. It was a negative contact. Hearing stories about a young man riding his bicycle on the sidewalk. I see kids riding their bicycles on the sidewalk all the time. Being stopped, surrounded by 4 deputies, and forced to sit on the sidewalk and search without permission. So, empathy keeps coming back. I care about my community. I was personally elected, to city council by the community. I know it's difficult, to implement something like this. Change is never easy. Sometimes we get too used to, the way things have been in the past, decades. So we don't want to see change. You have heard from different community members, one person of color, and it's not the other members of a community, people of color have nothing to say. It's like, when we talk about this, is the fear. What if I say something and it's going to hurt my relationship with law enforcement? I personally would like to build a relationship with law enforcement. I've said it several times. I think it's something our community needs. I think it's, something, community needs to see about how can we have better policing in our community and make everybody feel safe. Don't have a specific group being targeted by law enforcement. When we talk about, headlights being out, not signaling, registration, expired registration, that's minimal stuff. How many vehicle codes do we have? We have over 200 vehicle codes. Easy to be violated. As you know, I did work for the sheriff's department as a juvenile probation for several years, close to 15. So, a lot of the trainings, I had the opportunity to train with, with deputies, sheriff's deputies, law enforcement, CHPs. So, so part of what we like to implement in our community, at least explore what can we implement in our community to make our community feel safe, that they are welcome, that they don't have to be afraid, that of course, learning the law, it's something what we all need to do. But it's difficult when you are a law-abiding citizen and still are profiled, racial profile, that is. Like I said, change is not easy. We want the opportunity. We want to give the opportunity to our community to explore this ordinance. We have a community safety subcommittee. After the last meeting, I didn't go to sleep right away. It took me a while to go to sleep. Something was in my head. The next day, I continued to think about it. And this was, there is something really missing. There's something really going on. That our community is thinking about how can we better protect ourselves from an agency that is here to protect us, to protect and serve, not to put fear and serve. So thinking about it, like I say, there's something missing. What is going on? And I don't think it's the deputies. I mean, I know some deputies, I have family members that are deputies, they're law enforcement. So what is it? Is it the leadership? I mean, we heard from, some of the community members about the leadership that we have in this county from the sheriff's department. So let's explore it. Let's do it together. I want to learn more. I want to see how we can better serve our community by collaborating with law enforcement, collaborating with different agencies, different organizations, to build a healthy and safe environment for youth, for our parents, and for everybody. That includes people of color. And I think this is most directed to people of color, because we already heard about the young man. When doing about the statistics, people of color are most likely to get pulled over. People of color are more likely to get searched because they don't know their rights to say, nope, I don't think I want to get searched today. But because they have nothing to hide, they say, yes, officer, go ahead and search my vehicle. So I would like to explore this. How can we be safer and not have fear in our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Rohraback?
Joaquin and I are responsible for this agenda item. And I believe we both strongly feel that the safety of our community, as well as the sense of well-being, is at risk. When I look at what happened in Alameda, in Daly City, when I think what happened to Yanira Serrano, to Sandra Harmon, my heart bleeds for what's happening. Joaquin knows better than I do that pretextual traffic stops are often used to intimidate the people of color, Latinx, and Black people. I am elected to serve the community, to make sure that our safety is protected. And that's why we brought forth this ordinance, which includes items like making sure that minor traffic infractions are not the source of police intimidation, that in uses of force, the police have a duty to retreat. If we had that, Sandra Harmon wouldn't be alive today. Yanira Serrano would be alive today. I feel really bad that our community would allow this sort of thing to happen. Now, I've been accused of being anti-police, and that's the farthest thing from my mind, okay? I think Saul is doing a wonderful job, and people really respect what he's done. On the other hand, there are people in our community who are afraid every time they get in a car that they're going to be pulled over for no good reason. These are serious problems. This proposed ordinance that is on the agenda tonight was our attempt to try to influence policy, policing policy in Half Moon Bay. I'm convinced from what I've heard that that is not enforceable. So what are we going to do? How are we going to make change in our community? As Joaquin points out, change is really hard, and we need change. So what are we going to do? State law says that every city is responsible for appointing a chief of police. And that chief of police has the authority to set policy. And as a citizen of Half Moon Bay and a city council member who's concerned about the safety of our community, I believe that we really do need to have this representative, this chief of police, to assure that our safety is present. So at this point, I think the best way we can go ahead with this is not to have endless outreach and subcommittees, but to actually do something. And the way to do something is to change policy. And the way to change policy is to have a representative of the city to deal with policing issues. So at this point, I'm going to recommend that we agendize for the next meeting a discussion about how we can appoint a chief of police to represent our policing issues for the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Rohrbeck. Councilmember Penrose. You're muted, Councilmember Penrose.
I am very touched by Joaquin's comments. The word that he uses, empathy, is incredibly important in our discussions about reform. I'm not so sure that I'm ready to vote on or even discuss having a city employee be chief of police. What I would really like to do is ask Sal what he thinks of these comments made, especially by Councilmember Jimenez. Does he think there's truth to them? If he does, what does he think can be done? I totally respect Sal. I've never had a bad experience with a policeman here, but that's my side of the story. And there's another side of the story that I've been hearing about for months now. I have to believe that there's truth in it. And I'd like to hear from you what thoughts you have about how to change things for the better.
Thank you. So I completely understand where people may have a perception or stories or incidents that have occurred. And I've told not only community leaders, but also Councilmember Jimenez that when an incident does occur, we have a reporting process. We're very transparent when it comes to filing complaints or compliments via our Professional Standards Bureau. I want to hold my people accountable, and I know the sheriff does as well. We are held at a higher standard. And when I do hear these incidents or without detail, it's very difficult for me or any of my supervisors to look into them, to actually get the details of what has occurred and to make sure that our deputies are within our policy, within state law and within federal law. And that is our guide, and the expectations of the sheriff and also of myself is that our deputies treat everyone fairly and equally. So with that said, I'm here to listen, and I am here to engage in a conversation with anyone from the community that brings these concerns. And as mentioned, I have worked with CFTA and I've had very open discussions with them and other community leaders to better that relationship. And I agree with Councilmember Jimenez. I think it's a joint effort. I think we should all come together and talk about the issues and really identify certain incidents so I can address them through our protocols and our processes, so we hold each other accountable.
I would have to agree with you that correct reporting of incidences is important. And I can see that your office will work with an incident if it's reported. One of the larger problems is that incidents do not get reported because of fear. So if an incident is not being reported, then there is something about the way the police are behaving that is not promoting a reporting of the incident. Fear doesn't come from nowhere. Fear comes from incidents that people have in their lives. And if somebody is surrounded by 4 policemen because he's riding a bicycle on the street, on the sidewalk rather, I mean, that incident itself is enough to convince me that there's something going on here. There is real fear. And it seems to me that it's the job of the community and the police together to open that fear up and to make the fear go away. I don't think it's a matter of getting procedures correct. I think it's a matter of addressing the fear.
I'm sorry, did you want a response from me or was someone else gonna comment?
No, I was wondering what you thought about that.
Well, I think that breaking down those barriers of fear, I think that's based on every different aspect of where that person has grown up, what interactions they've had with certain folks. I can speak to certain incidents that I had with law enforcement as a teenager and growing up, but I chose to try to be part of the solution. So I joined the police, being a Mexican American ESL student myself. So I've experienced those incidents myself. So I wanted to make a difference and got involved to try to make a difference. And I can tell you that by no circumstance would I ever allow someone to instill fear just because they can. I mean, that's just on a personal level for me. You know, if those incidents have occurred, I encourage community leaders like Councilmember Jimenez and other folks to bring those people forward so we can speak in person and really break down the barriers and of fear and build trust from that. Because again, people that witness it from a distance may perceive it in a different circumstance. So I would love to engage those folks, and I know my deputies would, to really strengthen that relationship.
Councilmember Jimenez.
CFTA, they are well-educated, professional people, business owners, attorneys, doctors, people with a career. It happened in the last meeting as well, and I do want to acknowledge that. Captain Lopez, you did mention, you know, that you've been meeting with CFTA to address some of these issues about moving forward. There's another group in Half Moon Bay that has been active for close to 7 years now. The Latino Advisory Council. You have not acknowledged them. I believe they are a roots organization from the community that care about the safety of our community. It is difficult to understand or even to question why not? Why not the Latino Advisory Council? They have been addressing issues like this for several years. Maybe, you know, I want to say something, you know, that Harvey said. I want to repeat that. Maybe I sound like anti-policing, but I'm not. Actually, I know the law. I respect the law. As a young man, I was also an ESL student coming from Mexico at the age of about 13 years old. I wanted to be an FBI. You know, I wanted to go beyond, you know, and work with our community, keep our community safe. My whole career has been about serving that community because I care about that community. If you see my experience, you know, teaching, I have extensive knowledge, you know, of gangs. I work for a nonprofit organization doing gang prevention intervention. I also did that in San Mateo County. So, you know, knowing and respecting the law, you know, is something we need to understand that. You know, so it's not about, you know, how good we care, how much we care about our community. It's about what is going on in our community that is the fear. I can ask several people to come and, you know, sit down for a conversation. The question is, what is going to happen after that? Transparency. The sheriffs are still having a hard time being transparent with Sergeant Harmon. So, you know, so what else should we expect? That's been a year. I mean, our community, we're still talking about it. You know, somebody else said earlier in the comment, like, you know, if there's an issue, you get an attorney, good, you take the, you know, the police, you know, the sheriff or the deputy to court to address an issue. A person that makes $25,000 a year, You think they're gonna have money to take somebody to court? It is very difficult taking somebody to court, an officer to court. So, you know, leaving that behind is about addressing how can we make our community feel safer? How? I want to know, and I want to learn, and I want to hear from the community. So, you know, I would like to second Councilmember Rareback to bring this item back to the agenda. Because I'm interested, like I say, in learning more. How can we do this? Working together, learning together, getting things done, making people feel safe. As you know, I am a member of the community. So, you know, I'm all over the place. People feel safe with me, sharing with me. I mean, Captain Lopez, you remember last year, you know, actually 2019, young man cutting himself. I called you. I was the first person to get called about this young man bleeding, cutting himself. I was present. I was the first one to arrive at the scene. I waited for the fire department, for the ambulance, and for the deputies to make sure this young man was safe, and I didn't go anywhere until he was safe in the ambulance. I know the procedure. I know what it takes to keep our community safe. Keep an open dialogue with our community. So I expect that from the sheriffs, from the deputies. Keep an open dialogue about being safe. So, you know, like I said, I would like to second Councilmember Rareback to bring this item to the next meeting. Thank you.
So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may make a comment, if it's okay, and Councilmember Jimenez, this has to do with the first part of your comments, not the second, and I just don't want to leave them there. And I think maybe there's an opening here for the meeting that you're suggesting, but you made the comment that Saul Lopez has not made any effort to meet with the Latino Council, and why I am not going to dismiss evidence that they have, that you have, that other members have, that he has put those meetings off. I'm not going to dismiss those. I don't have those in front of me. But what I can say, in the 2.5 years that I've been here, there are examples of him reaching out to do just what you're asking. And if you want that meeting to occur, I know Saul will attend that meeting and listen and talk and engage with the Latino Council. Recently, there was an incident that happened, was a domestic dispute or a domestic incident in which there were complaints that were made to Saul about maybe it wasn't handled appropriately, maybe 911 didn't handle it appropriately. And so Saul has reached out with the people involved to meet and go through that incident, take his time, take my time. And the only reason that meeting has not occurred is because he cannot get it scheduled, because he can't get commitment from people to attend the meeting. So I just wanted to set the record of what I know of Saul on being willing to have those meetings, have those difficult conversations, and meet with members of the Latino Advisory Council, because it's not what I've seen. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me make those comments.
Thank you. Okay, so we need some direction here, and frankly, it's not clear to me at all what exactly you're seconding, Councilmember Jimenez. You said you're seconding Councilmember Rareback to bring something back to agendize, but it's not clear. Councilmember Rareback said the only thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Rareback, you said you wanted to agendize appointing a police chief. Now, Councilmember Jimenez, that's not what you're saying. You said to, you know, bring these issues back to council. But we need clear direction. I mean, the original motion, I just want to be clear here, was to confirm direction to direct the Public Safety Committee to review and consider proposed policies. The reason we have that subcommittee, I think, is, I don't know anything about what's involved with appointing a police commissioner by a city. I would need, I saw it in our staff report, and I personally was rather confused by exactly what that looks like, how it plays out. I was confused, and I have a law degree, and I was just frankly confused, and I will admit my lack of full ability to understand what the heck that looks like. And then if there is this person called a police chief, how that person interfaces with a sheriff who, without that person appointed, is the police chief. That was pretty unclear to me. And I would not want to, I'd be hesitant to agendize something until we get some more clarity, on what the heck we're even talking about, which is why I kind of like a subcommittee that would get that kind of clarity and information first. That's why we have subcommittee, to take certain things, which does get support by staff, to get either a conversation or just information back to us. So that's how I feel about that. But otherwise, Councilmember Jimenez, if you see what I'm asking, I'm not quite sure what's being seconded and what we're continuing with to agendize something, what that looks like versus going back to a subcommittee. So now I just feel there's
Okay.
confusion here.
Let me, I'm learning, so I would like to second that Councilmember Rareback about exploring the possibility of having a police chief, in Half Moon Bay. About how would that look like? We can ask about how, maybe do a little more research about what it will take, what that would look like. If it will be somebody from the sheriff's department to be, or Half Moon Bay police chief. Just exploring that, it's something I know I'm very interested, in finding out.
Okay. So we are no longer then moving forward with this ordinance piece. That's shifted. That's what I heard from Councilmember Rohraback. So I just wanted to be clear on that, because it's always good to kind of get completion on one piece before we move on to another, okay? So, and
one more thing.
Yeah.
Then one thing that I'm also interested is in the Community Safety Subcommittee to look deep into this, proposed ordinance about what it could be implemented in our community, or what they would like to see about having that, working with, our sheriff's department. So there's two different things about finding out about proposing a police chief, in Half Moon Bay, what that would look like, even if it's, with working with the sheriff's department. And the second part is about, our public safety, subcommittee to look into this proposed, ordinance about what, what could be implemented, making our community feel safe. Maybe I'm stuck in between some.
Well, I think it's when you're using the term implementation that, let's just be clear. Implementation's a nice word, but that implies that you are commanding the sheriff's force to do something that implementing, so what things can you make the sheriff do or not? And that's the part where I thought our city attorney has said we can't do that under current laws. We can't do the ordinance. We can't do it for contracting situations that, and then it's kind of unclear to me what a police chief that's appointed could do. So when we say implementing, it's different from having a conversation about, I would definitely like to see what kind of conversations we can have with the sheriff's department about which pieces they agree with. What does that look like? Not to, what's the nuances? Because a lot of those things written in the ordinance, or whatever we want to call it, they're ambiguous. That's what, some of them are clear, but other pieces are, ambiguous. How someone could interpret something, and when a sheriff could or couldn't, use their judgment on something, and we had a few examples that were thrown out, by the public. So, so I just want to make sure we're given clear direction to where we're moving forward here. So it sounds like you're separating, that we should have, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you would like to continue to have the Public Safety Committee explore elements of what was being requested, because there's a whole list of things. Some of them we also learned that are actually already underway, chokeholds. Those are illegal and, they're not used. So let's figure out the stuff that's already that Sheriff's Department, follows and abides by, and let's figure out the things that can be discussed. I'm hearing that piece, and then I'm just going to let others chime in. And then I hear this second piece about exploring a police chief. And yes, you do have that choice for 2 council members to agendize that specifically at a later council meeting, or to also put that with public safety. So far I'm hearing agendize it from 2 council members. Am I clear on that?
You got it right.
Good. And then there's a separate piece. So let's have more discussion. Councilmember Ruddick.
Thank you. I thought the article in the Half Moon Bay Review by August Howell was very informative. And I think that Greg Woods, the criminologist from San Jose State, asked a great question. How do you control an agency you have no authority over? So we don't. And I think that the city attorney presented a lot of information that makes it clear that pursuing the ordinance would be, unproductive. And I'm not willing to consider an ordinance or adopting an ordinance simply to make a point. I don't feel I can be accountable to the public in management of public resources by doing things that basically are non-productive and basically just become virtue signaling, right? Symbolic. We don't have that authority here as people who are governing. Activists can do that. Activists should do that. But I'm not going to do something simply for symbolic purposes. So, and for the same reason that, we can't adopt an ordinance that binds or is enforceable by the sheriff, I don't even want to consider it in the Public Safety Committee. There may be ideas in it that we are interested in pursuing with the other contract cities and try to negotiate them with the sheriff's contract, but I don't think we're there yet. We may get there, but I think we ought to stick to our original plan. Our original plan was staff was going to organize and conduct focus groups. We were going to get input from the public. Staff is going to bring that back to the Public Safety Committee. We were going to discuss it. Staff is going to have recommendations about, where are areas where we might have authority that we might be able to move forward, and then have a public meeting. We've also talked about having a survey, a broader public survey, that would take a deeper dive into the public's perception about public safety in our community. So I think we should still follow that plan. You know, without that information, I don't know. I hear stories from the public. I hear Joaquin. I totally get it. I would not want to be in that position. I'm sure there are many people in our community who have been in that position because of the skin color and things. And I think it's evil. I think racial profiling is a real serious problem. But I want to hear from the public first, and I want a solution that's scaled to the needs in our community, you know, all of our community. And, you know, at the point that we have that information in our public safety committee, we can move forward with recommendations. But I'm not interested in doing things that are going to be unproductive or non-collaborative. And I think I totally agree with John Ullen, who spoke right at the beginning of public forum on this issue, that you know, the best strategy is to work with the other contract cities to try to negotiate, you know, better things in our contract with the sheriff. I also liked very much Mr. Wood's remarks at the end about how a lot of discussions have to be made and a lot of bridges built. And I think that works in our community because we're small. And I think it works in our community because we've established a process now of outreach, and we have active citizens involved, not just the city council. So I think it's a time for fruitful discussions. And I don't want to obstruct that with actions that are going to be perceived as adversarial. That would not be good for the entire process, because we're not going to solve deep-seated policing problems and deep-seated social problems. We're going to ameliorate them, and we're going to try to make steps that work in our community. So I'm not interested in an adversarial approach toward the sheriff at this point. I am interested in more collaboration and productive activity that produce meaningful results. Taking a symbolic action by adopting an ordinance that we can enforce or bind, to me, is non-productive and non-collaborative and unmeaningful. It won't produce meaningful change. So I think there are things the sheriff can do. I think Sewell has committed to doing more of it. One of the things I don't hear about, except, you know, from other members in the community and what I read, the sheriff's office has many, many community programs in Half Moon Bay and the coastline and countywide. You know, doing outreach and education and programs for young women. There's all kinds of, there's programs for families, the Karen program. There's a lot going on in this community that maybe the sheriff's office can use as a platform to do even further outreach. You know, bring families involved in these programs, other members of the community. There's a lot of good stuff going on. So, you know, I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So I would just recommend that we stick to our original plan, bring back the feedback from the focus groups, and take it from there about what's going on. Do a survey. In the meantime, get going with these 5 other contract communities with a sheriff to, you know, talk about how we can make meaningful change together. The more people we have working on this issue, the more likely we are to have change. So, again, not interested in an adversarial or non-productive approach.
Thank you, Councilmember Ruddock. Just to be clear, passing this ordinance is off the table from what I've heard from Councilmember Rohrbeck and what I've heard from Councilmember Jimenez. So to your concern, Councilmember Ruddock, that is not being asked anymore of the Public Safety Subcommittee. And so that's why I was trying to separate that out and say that is clear. And then I think, yeah, Councilmember Rohrbeck.
How do you control an agency you have no control over? That's the question. And the answer is you appoint a chief of police that represents the interests of the city of Half Moon Bay. And that's what Councilman Jimenez and I are asking to be agendized the next council meeting, to begin a discussion of how we schedule and appoint a chief of police, because I think that's the correct mechanism so that we can get what the city wants in terms of policing policies.
I'd like to get some input here from City Council. Catherine, what you're hearing?
Yeah, I wanted to weigh in on that. And of course, I would invite Saul to weigh in as well. So our current contract designates the sheriff as the chief of police. Right. So if the council designates somebody else, that would be in conflict with the contract. I also have concerns that we're going to end up in the same place that we are with the ordinance. In other words, we need, the city continues to contract for police services as opposed to having its own police department. We would need to have our contractor agree to be governed by a chief of police other than their own chief of police. And I see that as being, and I'm not going to speak for the sheriff because I don't speak for them, but I see that as being an untenable position for their chain of command. So I do have concerns that if we bring this item back to discuss this item, we're going to end up kind of where we are with the ordinance. So that's my, so my recommendation would be to, either look at these policies as in the framework that perhaps you've discussed with the community input, either with the committee or not, without the committee. But I think that the police chief, unless we want to revisit the idea of having the city's own police department, it's likely to cause the adversarial relationship that we're trying to avoid.
Councilmember Arbeck?
I respectfully disagree. I think that we can do this. I imagine that we're going to get Greg Wood's input on this to make sure that we're not doing anything that's crazy. But I think public safety demands that we represent the interests of the community. So I would like to make sure that we do agendize this item for the next meeting, because I think it's important that we begin to address how we can get police policies that represent what the city wants.
Okay, well, 2 members want that, so I don't know about agendizing it for the very next. Sorry, Catherine, did you want to?
Well, I just want to clarify. So in terms of the 2-member rule, and I'll have to, typically this is for future agenda items that are new topics of discussion, as opposed to, in the course of an agendized item where we're looking for, staff direction, where there would be, a motion, a second, and a vote. So, I just wanted to clarify with the council. Of course, these are your rules. So, I want to make sure my interpretation is correct, but I have typically the way the council has interpreted this rule is that it would be for an agenda item that would be new, outside of the scope of what we're already discussing.
Right, and I could wait till the end of this meeting and ask.
Well, true, yes. And
say, is there an item that would get agendized? And I'm going to assume that this is going to come up at the end of that meeting, so I am fine not waiting till the end of the meeting if that's legal.
We'll be here not until midnight. Good.
Do you have a problem with that, Catherine?
No, I don't have a problem with that.
Is that okay? Okay. So I just wanted to make sure, but I appreciate you clarifying that.
Yeah, I do want to clarify that. And, to the extent that we want to dig deeper into this this issue, like I said, I do have concerns we're going to end up in the same place where we are. And so with the contract, though I, would invite if Saul or his partner want to weigh in to see if, I don't want to waste our time if it's not going to be a viable alternative.
I can just say that I am the bureau chief. I'm a captain with the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. We do have a chain of command, and I'm at the behest of the sheriff. Obviously, he is the one that dictates policy and makes the overall decision and the signature of the contract. So internally, I do follow the direction and the command above me, and I do take this job with great responsibility, and just to assure the council that I do look after the city's best interests and all the residents that live in this community. So with that, I will pass it back to the mayor unless somebody has a question of me.
Thank you, Saul. So, Bob, do you have enough direction here?
Actually, I'm not 100% clear on this final discussion. So I'm not clear if we're being asked to bring that item back or not.
I believe we're being asked as an agendized item to bring back a conversation around appointing a separate police chief and the utility of doing that. I feel it's already been answered tonight, but it obviously hasn't been answered to the satisfaction of all council members. That's my personal opinion. But two council members have the right to, get that agendized.
So I would need a couple things to be fully clarified on what the direction is. One, I would like maybe a little more direction on the duties of that chief of police. Not everything, but kind of generally, and this gets to the heart of the issue, I think, is this chief of police, would that chief of police have the authority, for example, to hire and fire and discipline sheriff personnel? Would it have the authority? I need some direction, to look into what authority this chief of police would have. And so a little more direction on that would be helpful. And then given the confusion on our I guess the council's rules, I would like a motion and a second and a vote on that as well.
You would like a motion on?
I would, if that's a motion and a second, I think we need a vote then.
I'm confused. I thought the rules were that any council member with the concurrence of a second council member can agendize a future item. So what's this about a motion?
Well, as the city attorney said, we're in the middle of a particular item right now. And usually the way we conclude an item is the council makes a motion and a vote and gives us official direction. And so I would like the direction to be formalized through a vote.
But to agendize an item doesn't need a motion and a vote. It just needs two council members. In other words, it just takes two council members. We can't have three members, for example, saying no to those two and then it not happening. That's my understanding. Is that correct, Catherine?
You're muted, Catherine.
I'm just going to request a quick pause just so I can look up the rule. We can read it together, and because this is a different context than we've typically used it in, as I mentioned before.
Well, then I could wait till the end of the meeting and it'll come up. I mean,
I just want to give me one moment just to pull it up so we can clarify.
So maybe while she's doing that, it would be helpful to get some clarity on what's being asked. Would this position report to me? Would it report to the council? And again, what duties and responsibilities and authority generally, you don't have to go into lots of specifics, but just generally, what would be the idea for the authority of this position and its level and who it would report to?
That's what we need to put on the agenda for discussion. But I think in general terms, he or she would be responsible for the policing policy of the city, not necessarily operations, not necessarily personnel, but policing policy.
So you mean like generally to make sure the laws are enforced in our city?
Well, yeah, but more than that, what sort of policing policies, like similar to the what we had in the ordinance, which we have abandoned, but those sorts of policies about duty to retreat, no pretextual stops, those sorts of policies that aren't personnel as such, but represent what the city wants the contractor to obey.
And is the idea that this position would report to the city manager or to the city council?
City council. I'm not 100% sure of that. That's what we need to talk about, is how we can have chief of police responsible
Well, yeah. Okay. It sounds like we're going into a very gray area. I don't know if there's any precedence for, for a contract city to do something like this. So I think the request is to do a little research, come back, and either it simply won't make any sense at all, or it might if there's some examples out there. And we'll find that out and then continue from there. And then it might end up into something where you say, hey, look, we can do A, B, and C. And sheriff might agree to that. I mean, I'm not quite sure how that's possible, frankly, right now, but I realize I'm always want to be open to innovative possibilities, and then we can vote that up or down next time. But I think Catherine's done a good job.
Yeah, sorry, it took me a moment here.
I've done a good job spelling out the possibilities here.
Yeah, so I did pull up the rule. It does appear to be open, as opposed to how we've traditionally used it in terms of the end of the meeting with different items. But it reads that a council member may request an item be considered on a future agenda, and if a second council member agrees with the request, staff will prepare a staff report. Number two, council members may make this request verbally during a meeting or may submit a written request. So with that, I do believe that this request can be agendized at a future meeting. And like I said, I am concerned with the enforceability, but I am going to approach this with an open mind. If there are any other contract cities that have some sort of a hybrid arrangement like this, obviously I will seek them out, but I would also plan to seek out the input from the sheriff, because like I said, I am mindful of the chain of command and reporting to a city official. I mean, beyond what the sheriff already does, which is, they report, of course, to the city manager, per the contract and per the city manager's duties. A little bit unclear what this would add, but I, will can look into it and bring it back.
Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, I would like to suggest that we don't ask for this at the next city council meeting. If it's been asked for, it's been asked for. The rule says a future
right
meeting. It does not say that we can determine which meeting. I do not want to jump at this thing without doing thorough research.
I agree.
I don't want it to be a waste of time where we just jump on the topic. We all sit around and discuss it. We have 5 different points of view on whether it's a good idea or not. And none of us knows what we're talking about. I'd like the research to be done first.
Yep.
And I'd also like to have it not interfere with the current plan which is to have a community survey and to have community meetings so that we
Right.
can proceed with other ideas in addition to this as a possible idea for reform.
Right. And I don't think I heard any council members saying they didn't want to continue with the community meetings and the survey, which Council Member Ruddick mentioned earlier. So, and I assume that's true. And I think we should wait, not put this on the next meeting. I trust that City Council will communicate with staff as to when they've had enough time to research this. I agree, because that research might uncover all sorts of things that I just want us to be very well informed on this, because this is groundbreaking material. So I don't want to jump into it without knowing what the heck we're talking about, what we're asking for, or what we're doing. Okay.
It is groundbreaking.
I think we are clear. As clear as we're going to get on something that's totally groundbreaking. And okay, right?
Thank you. Yeah, that's clear.
Okay. Okay, this is a good example of democracy in action. Sometimes a new view, whether it's a minority view, gets heard. And frankly, these days, I'm all for ensuring democracy in action and getting all points of view heard, as difficult as that can sometimes be. So, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on. We are ready to move on to our original item 3. And let's see. Boy, I've moved everything here. Thank you. Just hang on one second. Yep. Item 3 is our Half Moon Bay Business Improvement District annual report and approval of some funding for that. So are we ready to have a staff report on that?
Yes, and I will make it very short. Thank you, Mayor and council members. And I know we'll be joined here shortly by representatives from the Business Improvement District.
Great, thanks.
Okay. Tonight, I bring you the annual report, which we do every year from the Hotel Business Improvement District. And there's several items that we need to take care of, business items we need to take care of tonight. I won't go deep into the background. We know what TOT is. We know it's a really, really important part of our budget. A couple of important things to point out. It represents 12% of the rent charged by an operator, hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, etc. As you know, the voters passed a measure last year that will increase TOT to 14% beginning July 1st of 2021, so just a few months away. And then a year later, it'll go up to 15%. I'll point your attention to the bottom of the screen. In 18 and 19, we were approaching $7 million of annual TOT. And due to COVID in 2020, we're looking at approximately 3.8 million in TOT, a significant impact to the city budget and to the economy. You know, every dollar that's spent on a hotel room is exponentially brought into the other parts of the community through our restaurants and other businesses. The Hotel Business Improvement District was created in 2004 as a way to fund and promote lodging at hotels within the city. And ultimately the coast side in 2017, our business improvement district was expanded to include the entire coast. And the chamber has been designated as the managing agency. I apologize, the top of this slide is incorrect. We're talking about the 2020 annual report. But in 2020, the general fund revenue for the BID was $162,000. That is, I did the math earlier. I think it's approximately 25% less than in prior years. And expenditures of 135,000 represents a similar decline in expenses. In this case, normally they spend most of their funds each year because they want to get the most bang for their buck on advertising and marketing. In the case of 2020, they made a decision not to go after some of the traditional advertising, knowing that you can advertise all you want, but during the pandemic, travel was not happening. Sometimes it was not even legal. And so there's a surplus from the prior year budget that is being carried forward into the 2021 budget. And in the report tonight, you'll receive more details about that. They maintain strong reserves of approximately $22,000 at the end of 2020. So tonight we'll get a short presentation from Dana Dahl, who is the director of the Beach House in Half Moon Bay and the chair of the Hotel Business Improvement District, a role she's had for quite a while and has been a really collaborative partner with the city in all issues around hotels and coastside lodging. And Crystalline Geet will also join us as the chamber executive and the business agent for the BID. And with that, I will turn the time over to Crystalline and Dana. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that they can share theirs.
Hello. Well, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for hearing our report. And after I'm done, I'm completely open to any questions you may have. And I'll try to make this as quick as possible, knowing the hour of the evening. And there's been a lot heavier topics on your agenda, so I'm sure you're all exhausted at this point. But go ahead, and Crystalline is going to just do our slides. So you all know our mission is basically those funding dollars are to market the city of Half Moon Bay and the hotels that are represented in the BID. Our sole purpose is to increase overnight guest rooms. So Crystalline, if you want to go to the next. So marketing in 2020, of course, you understand what we've been through in 2020, and there were several times where we were sporadically open for leisure travel. You know, if you see the numbers from 18, 19, and then to 20, well, we only hosted 4 travel writers, which, as you know, everything shut down in March. And though there was only 4 travel writers, to have 39 actual articles written about Half Moon Bay is account to Kelly Chamberlain, our PR company that we hire. And now, just to kind of give you an idea, this is 2020 numbers, but in reality, she has had from May to May, 49 articles written about Half Moon Bay. We've had a lot of action recently. We've already hosted this year 5 travel writers. And what's really beneficial and what Kelly goes after is the whole business community of Half Moon Bay. So her articles that have been written, of course, our primary focus is overnight stays. So accommodation wise, of course, there's been articles about the Ritz-Carlton. They are the anchor of hospitality on the coast. There's been articles written about the Beach House, but she hasn't ignored, you know, some of the other smaller B&Bs. Nantucket got a really good article. Millrose Inn got a really great write-up. She also focuses on things to do, because we know if we continue to have exposure of how much you can do on the coast, the more people will stay for a longer period of time. So over the course of those 49 articles from May to May, she's had Half Moon Bay Kayak Company, Half Moon Bay Art Glass, Devil Slide Trail, the Golf Links, Harley Farms. So she's done a really good job of really being telling the whole Half Moon Bay story. She's also promoted Main Street. So she's had articles for Jupiter and Maine, Half Moon Bay Wine and Cheese, Abode, Feed and Fuel. She's also had articles written about the harbor, so how you can buy fish off the docks, Maverick Surf Shop. And then, of course, restaurant exposure. She's had Sam's, It's Italia, Dad's Luncheonette, Half Moon Bay Brewing Company, Jetty Wave. So BID, though our sole focus is to have overnight stays, we really are promoting a lot of the small businesses on the coast. And we're looking forward to right before the pandemic hit. She was working with a Cron 4 segment. They used to do a Saturday travel piece, and a travel writer did come, did spend a day in Half Moon Bay. They have everything ready. They just haven't re-engaged with that travel segment. So going on to kind of website statistics, our other strong partner, of course, is with Kevin Henney, who handles our visithalfmoonbay.org. And you can see by the numbers there, we've almost doubled our users, as well as our page views. So of course, this happened in 2020. A lot of people obviously were looking at Half Moon Bay to come to explore our beaches, where Kevin is really fantastic with doing Google AdWord campaigns now to refocus not just people looking to come to see our beaches, but also to overnight stays. So Crystalline, if you want to change to the next slide. You'll see here what a tumultuous year we've had. You know that everything closed down in March. A lot of our properties closed our doors in March. Most of our properties, with the exception of Ritz and Cameron's, were closed for the entire month of April. A lot of us started reopening our doors in May and just getting established in June. So you can see how drastically we were hit from 17, 18, 19, we started seeing a market soft. And then of course, 2020 was pretty devastating for most of the properties in Half Moon Bay. If you want to go to the next slide. So just to reiterate, you know, our main priorities for this year, of course, we've all had to pivot to leisure travel. That is what is happening right now. We're not seeing our corporate groups come back, and probably we see some early signs that they may come back the last quarter of this year, but that's not completely guaranteed. So we're all focusing on that leisure travel. And what's really important is our marketing efforts, more than ever before, need to be on point. An example, we're going against, there is a pent-up demand for travel, but there's also a lot of options. And we are up against some of our competitive cities who have really large marketing budgets, like Carmel, Monterey, Santa Cruz, and then the wine country. Today, first 5 minutes on Instagram for myself, I saw Santa Cruz, Monterey, Carmel, San Francisco, St. Helena, Napa Valley, and Sonoma come up on my Instagram in less than 5 minutes. So everybody's out there, and more than ever this year, our marketing plan and our dollars spent have to be on point to continue to keep our market share. So the second, generating media, like I said, Kelly is on point. We've already hosted 5 travel writers already this year. She's done a great job with almost a zero budget because there's a real collaborative effort. Us at the hotels will host these travel writers. A lot of the restaurants will comp the meals as she sets their agenda. But she does occasionally have to spend money in that marketing budget for some of the smaller businesses. For instance, we've paid for travel writers to, have an experience with the glass blower. Sometimes if we've asked a restaurant a few times, we may pay for a meal. So what's beneficial with that is our marketing dollars, when she does have to spend them, she's spending those dollars on local businesses. So it's a real reciprocation. Next, increasing our web traffic. Again, that's really in marketing, our Google AdWords campaigns. Kevin Henney has already taken, we had a surplus of 25,000 because we couldn't spend those marketing dollars online. It just was not the time last year, but he's already from January to April spent 10,000 of that, which has been much needed when we're looking at being against a budget of, say, Carmel that has over $160,000 budget for marketing. Ours is very small, so we need to really strategically use those dollars. And then our last priority, though I don't want to say last priority, is the corporate groups. We every single one of our properties, at least the mainstays, anchors of the hospitality industry on the coast, need these corporate groups to come back. It's what occupies us midweek. It's what gives overflow to some of the smaller properties, and it's revenue generators that the hotel needs to, have their business model successful. So we're looking at those corporate groups where there's a lot of mixed messaging. We've had a difficult time navigating on state requirements for those meetings. And like everything with the pandemic, we'll continue to kind of navigate and sort through. But we are hoping that by the end of the quarter, we'll be able to reinitiate, if we see that business coming back, bring back a group's employee to handle and funnel some of those RFPs and leads to the hotels again. So that kind of goes through. Crystal, and if you want to go to the next slide. So obviously our priority, we're asking for the 40,000 from to the same number as last year. Because we know the funds have been, everybody's been impacted by this last year's occupancy. We're putting the $30,000 into the marketing because we really need to stand up against our competitive cities. And between AdWords campaigns and when we can take advantage of other avenues of marketing, we would like to have the opportunity to do that. Public relations, we put 5,000 in there. Kelly, she is very stringent. She doesn't spend money loosely. And we're thinking the public relations, the times that she has spent most of her budget has been when she's had publications for meeting planners come and attend our fam trip. And we're still hoping that maybe there's some way by the last quarter of this year, we'll be able to do that and be able to just give her a budget to where when she does see one of those great opportunities for a travel writer or somebody to be here that will make a huge impact, that she has the dollars to do so, though she is very frugal. And we as a community, hotels, restaurants are more than willing to always do that and comp things. So And then corporate group sales, we're hoping that $5,000. We're hoping by the end of the quarter, we can reinitiate that salesperson to bring back our corporate meetings. So I think that ends my my report, but I'm certainly open to any questions any one of you may have in regards to the report or goals or how the hotel industry sees us moving forward through this year.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just point out when we finish this section of the report, I have just a couple more slides to finalize the business items related to this particular item.
Okay, thank you. At this point, is there any comments from the public regarding the staff report?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now close public comment. Any questions, clarification questions, or anything else or comments from City Council?
I totally support it.
Okay. So would anyone like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, there's a couple more items.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just said that.
Okay.
Sorry,
I'll be quick.
Not that I'm tired, but yeah, sorry.
Yeah, seriously. All right. I will be very quick. Okay. So there's a couple of things that need to happen they're just in the state code that governs BIDs. The first one is each year the council has to adopt a resolution affirming the assessment, which currently is $1 per room per night rented. That has to be done at a public hearing, and we have to give an opportunity for businesses affected by the business improvement district to submit written or oral protests. So what we're recommending tonight is to set the public hearing in intent to continue the levy for June 15th of 2021. And staff supports the recommendation to do this, to accept the report, and to approve the $40,000 funding request from BID. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Who would like to read the motion currently on the board? Thank you, Councilmember Penrose. You're on mute, Councilmember Penrose.
I move that we approve the Half Moon Bay Hotel Business Improvement District Annual Report for 2020, and that we adopt a resolution declaring the city's intention to continue the Half Moon Bay Hotel Business Improvement District, to continue the basis and to levy the assessment for the district, and to set a date for the public hearing on the district and the assessment for fiscal year 2021-22. Also that we approve the $40,000 funding request.
Second. Thank you for a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose?
Yes.
Councilmember Rarback?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to our next agenda item.
And Mr. Mayor,
yes.
Members of council, if it would please the council, we would be happy on this next item to go straight to the recommendation. If the council is comfortable with the written staff report, we would be fine going right to the recommendation on this item.
Okay, so that would mean no staff report, no comments, correct?
Maz, I assume you have a slide with the recommendation?
I do. I can pull that up right now.
Is everyone on council comfortable with that?
If you want a short presentation, Maz is here and he could give you a short one.
Council members, are you comfortable with moving on to a recommendation?
I didn't know. I'm not even like I didn't even touch on everything, but oops.
Council, I don't know what
Yes,
that
I'm
is.
totally comfortable with it.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, I'm just going to do a voice check on this.
Yes, I'm comfortable.
Councilmember Penrose, are you okay with that? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay, I am comfortable. Moving on to recommendation.
So to make it easy on whoever makes the motion, Maz, if you have it handy, that'd be great. Otherwise, it's also in your staff report, of course. There it is.
I move that we authorize amendment number 3 to the sewer collection system maintenance contract with the Sewer Authority Midco side, and authorize amendment number 3 to the contract with Mark Thomas Company, Inc., and authorize amendment number 4 to the professional services agreement with BW Housing and Associates.
I'll second.
Second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Penrose,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrback,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, that concludes resolutions and staff reports. Are there any commission or committee updates tonight?
Mr. Mayor, we have none tonight.
Okay. Any city council reports? Okay. Well, we did have some meetings that ended early last few months, so I guess it all evens out. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, public, for participating this evening. I hereby adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for running a good meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right.